Hey, hey, hey! Good to see ya. You're watching the Tommy Temper Show. I'm Tommy Temper. We're coming to you live from the Crystal Gondola overlooking the the Elm Line Street of Alberta, Canada. And we've got an action-packed show here for you today. We've got the U.S.-Canada trade war happening. We've got a new Prime Minister of Canada coming up, Carney. We've got Musk. We've got Trump. Stuff happening all over the place. So, yeah, we should get right into it and kind of give you a little bit of an idea of what's going on. Well, actually, how are you doing there today? I hope everyone's doing good. When I start these streams up, we start them up and I kind of leave it sitting, but because I'm using StreamYard, it ends up, letting you guys know that I'm going live when I'm not really going live. So sorry about that. It's a matter of me clicking one button when I should not have clicked it when I clicked it, if you know what I mean. Because when I decide to go live, I don't really go live. It's like I go around surfing the internet and doing crap like that, whatever. You know what I mean? There you go. Okay, who's the troll in there? Because the troll in there might be getting a boot. Because I think we have somebody that has mimicked me. And this is not good, so stand by 1 second. So we can deal with the troll. Is there a troll in there with the Tommy Temper name? Because that would be bad. Not good at all. So, yeah, let's see what's going on there. Yeah, I'd rather have a channel where I can just do my thing and not worry about the chat, because the chat is really distracting. Yeah, I'd rather have a channel where I can just do my thing and not worry about the chat. Yeah, there we go. Really distracting. Okay, I see what's going on. I forgot about that. There we go. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. I forgot about that. I set up a bot. I set up the bot to be me. Isn't that weird? That my bot is actually welcoming everyone there. And I'm thinking that it's a troll. And it's not a troll. It's me welcoming everyone. Okay. What's that? Do I have an echo? Echo? Echo on my feed here. How's the audio? Give me a 1 in the chat if the audio sounds okay. And that'd be good. Good to see you, though. We got a lot of people in there. We got Deb's Crazy Daily. We got 12th Man in there. Let's see. We got D. Good to see you. We got Kit Kat. K9 Gaming. Looking good. Excelento. And we've got myself, fooling myself, thinking that a troll is in there welcoming everyone. And it's not a troll. It's me. I've got this is being set up so automatic here now that I don't have to welcome anymore. Now my bot welcomes everyone. Thanks a lot for checking the audio there. Let's come in with our first clip here. First clip is, and when I do this, I'm not going to be able to read the chat, unfortunately, but some of the stuff that I'm doing is kind of on the same screen where the chat is. But anyways, with the first clip here, it's George Soros talking about Trump.
President Trump is a con man and the ultimate narcissist who wants the world to revolve around him. When his fantasy of becoming president came true, his narcissism developed a pathological dimension. President Trump is a con man and the ultimate narcissist.
Oh my God! What's going on? President Trump, apparently George Soros, who people say that he funds the Antifa, the lefties of the world. And that's what he had to say about Trump. I don't know if that's true or not, but anyways, that's his opinion. That's only his opinion. So we'll just leave it at that, okay? What else have we got here? We've got stories coming in from Tesla, or about Tesla, and we've got
an anti-Elon Musk.
Yeah, basically we've got
Lucy
an
Grace Nelson,
anti-Elon
a
Musk.
transgender woman, now faces federal and state charges for the Colorado incidents. Dealers in some cities are also being protested. 9 arrested at this one in New York. President Trump offered his support to Musk at a White House event yesterday and agreed when asked if these attacks should be labeled domestic terrorism.
I just want to thank the president for his support. This means a lot. and also thank everyone out there who is supporting Tesla. It's really terrible that there's so much violence being perpetrated against people like Tesla, Tesla supporters, Tesla owners, Tesla stores. These are innocent people who've done nothing wrong.
Dana, Musk also says he plans to double output of Teslas in the United States over the next 2 years. So he's not stopping.
Okay, Alicia, thank you.
Charlie Hurt with us now, co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Hello there, Charlie. I got a...
Yeah. Okay, so there you see it. Some Tesla dealerships are being attacked because of the fact that he's joined forces with Trump, and they're doing what they're doing. Stock markets are falling, and all kind of things are happening. We'll get into various stories as we go along here. Okay, and apparently the mainstream media is saying, well, it's not vandalism that's happening to the Tesla vehicles out there, but it's nothing more than a Roman paint job is all it is. Yeah, go figure. I don't know about that. I think it's vandalism. I think people are just going berserk over the fact that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have kind of teamed up to do what they need to do. Yeah, and the other story that's going big here right now is that there's a young man in jail right now for protesting at his college. Now, you've got Trump, who is trying to do something about that, who apparently with his regime has done something to some guy at a college, and there's no criminal charge or whatever, but they can't find him. He's like locked up. There's something going on about that. So let's listen to that story about the young man in jail today for protesting at his college. What's happening with him, and how legal is all of this stuff that's happening? Let's go.
A young man by the name of Mahmoud Khalil, an immigrant and a legal permanent resident of the United States, is being held right now in prison, even though no criminal charges have been filed against him. Now, I want to tell you why that should matter to every single American. Khalil is a recent graduate of Columbia University. He opposed Israel's military operation in Gaza. He has deep animus toward Israel's policies and the U.S. support for those policies. He helped organize the protests over Gaza at his university last year. You can disagree with his views or his politics, but there is no evidence he has broken any law. But last weekend, Trump officials entered his apartment and took him into custody. They brought him to a detention facility in New Jersey at first, but when his family went to visit him, he wasn't there. For a while, his family and his lawyer had no idea where he was. They eventually found out that he was being held in a detention facility in Louisiana, and that's where he still is today. In dictatorships, they call this practice being disappeared. No charges, no claims of criminal behavior. The White House doesn't claim he did anything criminal. He's in jail because of his political speech. And here's why everybody should care. In America, your political speech is protected, whether or not the president likes what you say. But today, if you're loyal to Donald Trump, your speech is going to be protected, even if it's hate speech. You can be Marco Ellis, an employee of Doge, who said he, quote, was racist before it was cool, and, quote, normalize Indian hate. And the vice president of the United States will tweet in your defense. But if you are disloyal to Trump, or you're organizing against Trump's political agenda, your speech could be criminalized. You could find yourself in jail. Now, Trump chose to begin by disappearing a Palestinian immigrant, hoping that his place of birth and his immigrant status would just cause people to look the other way. But we cannot, because once it becomes normal for the regime to disappear people simply for protest against the regime's policies, once a citizen or a resident of America can be locked away with no charges against them simply because they protested, there is no going back for America. Even if you're a hardened Trump supporter, this practice should cross the line for you. Even if you disagree with Khalil's views, this practice should cross the line for you. This has nothing to do with supporting Trump. This is about supporting an American value, maybe the most important American value, protecting free speech, even if it's speech you disagree with. If our new reality is that a president can disappear an opposition protester with no charges filed against them, we are not America any longer. Today it's Mahmoud Khalil. Tomorrow it's me or you.
Wow.
A young man by the name of Mahmoud.
Okay, so yeah, that's his take on that. Chris Murphy is where that came from on X, and yeah, apparently Sticker Chick is like going hard against this whole situation where this Hamas, the student that supports Hamas and was giving speeches and whatever and organizing on campus, ended up going somewhere. We're not sure where. But yeah, that's it. That's for months and for Sticker Chick there that you guys are on that side. And, I don't know much about what's going on there other than it's probably not a good idea to do that. If you have charges against someone, tell them what the charges are and lock them up for the charges. But in this particular case, it's sort of like he's being hidden. Like, what the hell is going on there in the world? Wow. Yeah. 12th Man says that dude is such a slum bucket. Yeah. Well, I'm not criticizing the guy that's given the message there, but it's a message that you have to listen to and hear that, there's something weird going on there. Okay. I won't be interfacing that much with the chat, unfortunately, but I do see everyone in there. I see Al in there, Sandy's in there, and yeah, a few other people looking good. Let's come up with another story here. Here's we're going to have to wait for something to happen here with Trump. And of course, in Canada, we have a new leader. The new leader is Carney on the left here, obviously, with his typical grin, actually. And, being a Canadian, he was not elected by anybody, in Canada to be Prime Minister of Canada. He was basically installed as the Prime Minister by the Liberal government, i.e. he was indeed voted in by the Liberal government. So Trudeau is out. He's voted in. And because he's voted in, then he has to just be sworn in as the new Prime Minister. And, of course, I didn't vote for him. I didn't have a chance to vote for him because he was just placed. He was placed in there. Right. So now what we need to do now that he's running our country, we have to actually choose a new prime minister because he was installed. So we need to call an election in Canada. But Prime Minister Mark Carney is ready to meet with the U.S. president to discuss ending the tariff is what's happening with this picture. So we're waiting for that to happen. Now, in Canada here, we've got this guy, Doug Ford, which, if you know the story on Doug Ford, he's basically the guy in Canada that's in Ontario, in charge of Ontario, Premier of Ontario. And he came up with the fact that if Trump is going to be hitting us with 25% tariffs, then he's going to hit back and put a 25% tariff on electricity being sent to the States. And he actually did that. He said on Monday he's going to put the tariff into effect, and then Trump came up and said, yeah, well, if you do that, then I'm going to raise our 25% tariff up to 50%. So then basically he backed down. And so now people in Canada are like pointing the finger at him and going, oh, you pussy. You went up against Trump, and Trump beat you right down. You had to back right down. And now you look like the bad guy. And really, honestly, in Canada here, it should not be it's like saying you got a battle in the States. What are you going to do? Send in the governor of Texas? No. What you do is you let the leader of the country deal with what the problem is. But what we have is we've got some guys like this who's actually a conservative, but yet he's a liberal. He's actually a liberal conservative. He's more liberal like Trudeau than he is a conservative like Pierre. So, that's where his backing down comes in. He's liberal, so he's a pussy. You hit him up or put him against the wall, and what's he going to do? He's going to back down. So, yeah, he's not great for Canada. And we're having this trade war with Canada. It's an absolute trade war. We're in trouble. We definitely don't want it. Let's listen to the clip here from what he had to actually say. This is Ford. Let's hear what his bit is here.
Well, just a little while ago, I had an opportunity to speak to Secretary Lutnick. And Secretary Lutnick has sent out an olive branch to us to come down and immediately meet with him, meet with the whole trade administration, and discuss the future. Rather than waiting till April the 2nd, threats going back and forth, tit for tat, I've agreed to suspend temporarily, and we always have that tool in our toolkit, until we sit down over the next day or two. I'll be heading down to Washington along with Dominic LeBlanc, and we'll have a good discussion. You know, with any negotiation that we have, there's a point that both parties are heated and the temperature needs to come down. And I thought this was the right decision. They understand how serious we are about the electricity and the tariffs. And rather than going back and forth and having threats to each other, we have both agreed, let cooler heads prevail. We need to sit down and move this forward. This is a massive, massive deal, the USMCA, which the federal government will be leading the charge. I'll be sitting down with all our premiers tomorrow as well and discussing this and their issues as well. So we're going to go down there and we're going to go down there with confidence. We're going to go down there with strength. And again, hopefully we can move this.
My question would be, why do you have to go down there as a premier? Why isn't the prime minister going down as the head of Canada and discussing what's going on with this tariff thing? Oh, because the Liberal Party is in such a turmoil and they're trying to replace Trudeau. Trudeau's here, Trudeau's there. Trudeau took his chair out of the Parliament there. He's left Parliament. You've got Carney, who's like all over the place. What, is he going to go down there and meet with Trump, or what's he going to be up to? Well, apparently he is going to do something like that. But it's like all of these other premiers are getting so involved with this whole thing and are basically putting us in a worse position, because he actually created an infight with Trump in the meantime while the new prime minister of Canada is being resolved, right? He went up there and said, oh, we're going to give you guys electricity tariffs. And then he had to back down on the whole thing. So he screwed up that whole thing and makes it more difficult for Carney to try and negotiate some kind of a deal.
This forward. I feel as a province, and I only speak for the province of Ontario, I want to reaffirm I do not speak for any other premiers. Everyone's very patriotic, and we have the best premiers I've ever seen. But we're going to be talking about the USMCA moving forward. The worst thing that could happen is wait and let this drag out until April the 2nd. So we're going to move forward and have a very good conversation with Secretary Lutnick and the whole trade team, as he said, and hopefully we can move this forward, because it doesn't benefit anyone, as I told him, no matter if it's the auto sector or any other sector here in Canada and specifically Ontario. And all I mentioned, assembly lines will shut down in the US and Canada. The stock market is tumbling over $4 trillion. Consumer confidence has went down. I said it's absolute chaos out there.
Has gone down
right now. We need to move forward jointly. I emphasized how Canadians love Americans, and I know Americans love Canadians, but going back and forth with each other, it just hurts both countries. So I want to thank Secretary Lutnick for reaching out, putting that olive branch in. I've been in business a number of years, a lot of negotiations, and part of the last negotiation, when someone does that, you have to respect that person for putting out that olive branch, and I'm going to make sure we go down there and have a very good but strong and confident conversation.
Wow. Okay. So that's what Doug Ford has to say about the whole situation, which is, well, what's happening? Hey, let's take a look at a quick couple of comments in the chat there. We've got Sandy Foster saying, well, hello. We got Colette in there. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, good to see everyone in the chat there. Let's see who's in there. We've got Dean Wall in there digging his political grave. Yeah, right. Why am I digging my political grave? Dean, all I'm doing is just going out and showing you guys a bit of what's going on in the world here. You know, we're in bad shape in Canada. Like, obviously, we've got this tariff to have to work out. And what's going to happen? Tommy going to go buy his Tesla? Yeah, I actually put a little thing out on the internet saying if there's anyone that's interested in really going to discount that wants to get rid of their Tesla, give me a PM there and tell me what kind of a discount price that you have on your Tesla if you want to dump it, because I might be interested in buying like a used absolute discounted Tesla. I don't mind if there's a swastika painted on the side of it because I'll get some paint remover or whatever it takes in order to do that. Oh man, you can't make this crap up. It's gone ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous where we're at. Thanks a lot for watching us here. Let me pull up another clip here because this is going hard here. Let's listen to Doug Ford again here.
But now the odds are going to be a little different. They're going to show, before he was elected, and then when these tariffs come, and if we don't get a tariff deal, they're going to be assembly lines shut down, jobs are going to be lost, unemployment's going up, and inflation's going up. As a matter of fact, inflation's going up right now because of the uncertainty. Again, I don't want to do this. We didn't start this fight, and neither did the Americans. The president started this fight.
So if I'm hearing you, you're saying you're going to run attack ads basically against what he's doing in the States.
Well, I wouldn't call them attack ads. I'm going to call them information ads.
Okay.
And they're going to inform the great people of the United States, how it could be and having two great nations and how it might be if these tariffs continue to go through.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't have the clip up there. But anyways, that whole clip was about Doug Ford is about to run ads in the United States, and those ads are going to be making Trump probably look bad. I don't know. I'll have to see what those ads are going to be, but there you go. He's so pissed off that he's going to be running ads. Canada is running ads, at least the province of Ontario, and we'll be probably putting those up when we see those come out. But it's not going to be flattering for Trump, I'll say that much. And people are wondering, why is our Canadian flag upside down? Because we're in a state of economic war with the United States. War. Where's our war siren here? War pigs. We should be playing war pigs right now. We're in a state of war. We're in trouble. Oh, no. What are we going to do? I don't know. Who knows? But, we got to do something. What can we do? Well, we can yell and scream and stomp our feet and whatever, say we're going to give you a counter tariff and whatever of 25% on the electricity and then back down from it and not say, oh no, I was just kidding. I was kidding. Trump, I was kidding. We're not going to do that. But actually the big thing is that Canada, the federal government is going to be coming with selected tariffs on various things with a couple of $1 billion worth of tariffs on various things, and that is going to come up here in the next day or so. So watch for that. When the federal government says that they're going to counter tariff the United States, then we'll see what Trump is going to do. So amazingly enough. But anyways, we know that these guys here are pretty good friends. This is our new prime minister, Carney, and our fake conservative leader, Ford, who's actually a liberal in blue clothing, Canadian conservative blue. And here you can see the two of them are mating up there. And, as far as Canadians are concerned, they're both liberals, unfortunately. Carney can't be trusted at all. He's like one of the guys that has been kind of on the globalist scene. He's the big globalist in Canada. And, that's enough said about him. What a disgusting traitor liberal POS is everyone is saying about Ford. Let's listen to this clip.
You guys are going through a transition in leadership as well. You're about to have a new prime minister, Mark Carney. Yes. Have you spoken to him since he won? And where do you expect him to take this fight?
Well, I spoke to him yesterday. He's a very bright individual. He understands finances like no other person. And we need to sit down, which we will tomorrow. We're going to have breakfast tomorrow morning, and we'll have a strong strategy.
You guys.
Yeah, a strong strategy. Okay. Well, I think the strategy should be at the federal level, and I think that the provinces should stay out of this fight at the moment. Leave it to leave it to the federal government to try and figure this out. Now, here's the other story: is that you guys know that while Trump had the Teslas over at the White House there, and they made a commercial, and he was touting it. I'll show you that in just a minute. But in response to that, I don't know if this is in response to that, but this is actually in 2021. In 2021, Biden drives a Jeep made by foreign-owned Stellantis on the White House grounds. Stellantis moved thousands of Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep jobs from Detroit to Canada. Spare me the outrage of Trump purchasing an American-owned, American-made Tesla. So there's Biden going into his foreign-owned Jeep on the White House grounds just to say how great American companies are when it's not even an American company. Well, American-owned. Yeah. Okay. But it's a foreign-owned Stellantis company. So that's the Biden version of what Trump was doing. Let's show you what Trump was doing. Yeah, this guy's what's he going to do now? Can he drive? I know he has a Corvette. He actually owns a Corvette, believe it or not. He doesn't know. I don't think that Biden owns an electric vehicle, and he's the one that was touting electric vehicles all this time. But yet, I don't know that he actually owns an electric vehicle or has even driven an electric vehicle, for that being said. But he is still capable of driving. Well, at least this was back in 2021 when this was shot. So Biden, bye-bye, Biden. He's on his way out. Nobody knows where he is now. He's like gone, history, not here. Bye-bye. Bye-bye for now. And meanwhile, you've got the Trump, Elon Musk coalition there running the government, the show in the government. And, oh, man, the hate is on for Tesla. What's going on with Tesla? You've got fires happening all over the place. Here's a picture of a bunch of firefighters putting out a Tesla. People are torching them. The left said climate change was so important that they shouldn't be able to, A, rip out all your gas appliances, B, ban your gas vehicle, or C, tax you into oblivion. Yeah, exactly. Now they're torching Teslas. So the lefties of the world are so worried about the climate and climate change that they're out torching Teslas, right? Well, that can't be great for the climate, can it? I don't know. Are these guys thinking? Are they thinking at all? I don't think so. It's like amounts to a little bit of craziness, I think, that's going on in this world. We don't know what's happening. Now we have this clip here of Elon Musk. As a function of the great policies of President Trump and his administration and an act of faith in America, Tesla is going to double vehicle output in the United States within the next 2 years, believe it or not. Can you believe that? I think there's a bit of a glut of Teslas on the market right now. The stock has fallen like crazy, down to about $200 a share, $221 a share or something. And it's not in great shape. So how he can expect to double vehicle output? Well, I guess he can because he's got enough money in the bank to be able to do that. But I think he's going to have to look at his sales numbers to determine whether or not that's a good thing to do.
As a function of the great policies of President Trump and his administration, and as an act of faith in America, Tesla is going to double vehicle output in the United States within the next 2 years.
That's a big deal. That's great. Thank you. And by the way, he makes one car. This one I don't understand. This one I don't want, but that's okay. Without a steering wheel. It comes out next year, right?
Yes.
Explain that, please.
Yes. Well, the Cybercab starts production in Texas next year, and it's self-driving. We have so much confidence in the self-driving nature of it that it'll actually not have a steering wheel. It will not have pedals. It'll either self-drive or not drive at all, but it'll self-drive.
President Trump. And I'm going to pass on that particular.
Interesting. Interesting. He's got the self-driving Tesla coming up. They're already. I've seen videos of it. Of the when they come off of the assembly line, the vehicles actually self-drive down to the parking lot and over to where they need to get whatever loaded on the vehicles or on the transport trucks and stuff like that. So they are. Yeah, we've seen them driving by themselves, and you have the self-park feature and stuff like that goes on. So yeah, lots happening there. Now, the other thing is that we've got, with that same clip there, where they were over at the White House, and they apparently did an advertisement. They shot an advertisement for Tesla, and Trump was doing an advertisement for Tesla in front of the White House. And let's watch that clip here.
So all these cars won incredible awards. So they're great cars and they're American made. And I think, try it. You'll like it.
And I should say, beyond the cars, they're great. But we have to celebrate somebody that has the courage to do this. He could have said, I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to get involved. Let the country go to hell. He didn't want to do that. And remember, he's going to find, and we're up to almost $500 billion worth of waste and fraud. And if it was $500 billion, we're giving $2 billion here, $2 billion, and not millions. It was a bet. If it was $1 million or $2 million, that's a lot of money. But we're talking about billions of dollars being given to defunct, scams, given to people with nothing. They have nothing going. They open up a subchapter S corporation, and they put $2 billion into it from nowhere.
Okay, I don't know what he's talking about there, but you know that there's a lot of fraud and misappropriation of funds and stuff like that going on with the federal government. So I think he's kind of alluding to that. And meanwhile, unfortunately for Tesla, they're having problems. I believe there was so much vandalism at their New York sales showroom that they closed it down. This one here is Chicago. Chicago Police Department is out in force protecting the Tesla dealership. So, the American public are really negative to Tesla because he's aligned himself with Trump. But remember, that's pretty much 50% of the people, because 50% of the people voted for Trump. So they have to be okay with Trump aligning forces with Elon. But Elon with his companies there sticking his neck like that out to help out Trump is ending up making his Tesla dealerships and that. And it's like weird because the people that bought Teslas were the Democrats, right? And actually Elon used to be a Democrat. Like a long time ago, he actually was a Democrat. He voted Democrat. And he switched over because he was sick and tired of what was going on with the Democrats. And he didn't want stuff to do with the genderism and stuff like that. So he joined forces with Trump, and the rest is history. You know the rest of the story. But it's necessitating police and stuff like that to have to protect his showrooms and that across the states. It's not great. Let's watch another clip on that whole story on the Tesla saga in the United States from Fox News.
Around the country ever since the end of January, including here in Colorado, where this Tesla storefront was vandalized multiple times with Molotov cocktails and anti-Elon Musk graffiti. Lucy Grace Nelson, a transgender woman, now faces federal and state charges for the Colorado incident.
What? Did she say a transgender woman? Huh? Okay. A transgender woman. who doesn't like Musk, who's apparently did some, as activists, did some damage to a Tesla or something or other.
Incidents. Dealers in some cities are also being protested. 9 arrested at this one in New York. President Trump offered his support to Musk at a White House event yesterday and agreed when asked if these attacks should be labeled domestic terrorism.
I just want to thank the president for his support. This means a lot. And also thank everyone out there who is supporting Tesla. It's really terrible that there's so much violence being perpetrated against people like Tesla, Tesla supporters, Tesla owners, Tesla stores. These are innocent people who've done nothing wrong.
That's true.
Dana, Musk also says he plans to double output of Teslas in the United States over the next 2 years. So he's not stopping.
Okay, Alicia, thank you.
Charlie Hurt with us now, co-host of Fox and Friends.
You know, this is the whole thing, is that it's your loony left. The loony left, like, come on. Where do you ever see that any right-winger went out and did any kind of damage to anything that the left-wingers own? Right? It doesn't happen. It happens from the left loonies that are out there spray painting Teslas and garbage like that. Like, come on, you people. Smarten up a little bit. And, you know, and there's one clip there. I don't know if I've saved it or not. Or maybe I did. Where there's a woman that's complaining about her daughter that went out and did some vandalism, is now charged with a bunch of stuff, and she's pissed off about it.
That Elon Musk,
go figure.
He's remarkable. Really a remarkable.
Let's listen to this here clip from this lady here about Elon Musk. Let's hear what she has to say. I'm old enough to remember when the left loved all things Tesla and Musk.
Yeah, that's my new Tesla. She's a beauty, real beauty. Best looking electric car out there. I mean, honestly, that Elon Musk, he's remarkable. Really a remarkable guy. I mean, let's save the planet, right? Let's save the planet. Wow, are you guys seeing this? Did you guys see what just happened? Elon Musk just successfully re-landed a rocket. This is historic. This is unbelievable. This is incredible. This guy's he's like a real life Iron Man. Yeah, Vladimir Putin is evil. He is an evil person. But did you see what Elon Musk did? Yeah, he helped send Starlink satellites over Ukraine so that the people in Ukraine could get internet. He's just such a good guy. I don't think we need to talk about Elon Musk, really. I mean, there's other topics of conversation we can have. I mean, the guy is advocating for free speech. Free speech! That is going to ruin our democracy. Ruin it! I hate Elon Musk. I hate him. I mean, there's normal hate, and then there's Elon Musk hate. I just think that there's other topics of conversation we can have. Okay?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Conservative mama is where that came from. There you go. So they loved Elon Musk. They loved the rockets. They loved his cars. They loved the internet. They loved everything about him until he jumped ship and just simply supported Trump. That's all he did. So, yeah, now the left hates Trump, but you know, and Elon Musk and Tesla, and now they're spraying swastikas on the Teslas. Go figure. But on the other hand, there are a few people that still like Trump and Elon, and let's hear from her.
Tesla I bought to support Elon Musk and Doge. Radical leftists are Marxist communists. They want to shut you down if you do not comply to them, if you're a threat to their corruption, their money, their special interest. You know, I could not access to my X this morning, the only free speech app in the whole world right now. So I'm going to go buy some more Tesla stocks and support them whenever I can. We must win as the free people.
Let's hear that one again.
I am inside of my brand new Tesla I bought to support Elon Musk and Doge. Radical leftists are Marxist communists. They want to shut you down if you do not comply to them.
Radical left.
To their corruption, their money, their special interest. You know, I could not access to my X this morning, the only free speech app in the whole world right now.
X.
So I'm going to go buy some more Tesla stocks and support them whenever I can.
Buy Tesla stock. Charlie Cheswick is like loading up on Tesla stock there as we speak, no doubt. But yeah, that's funny. That's maybe made up or whatever. But still, people do have that thought process. It's happening. It is happening. Here's another clipsy on the Tesla truck. What's this one about?
What makes the 2024 Tesla Cybertruck the best truck?
I'm convinced. I'm not going to put my order in, but if anyone knows of any cheap Cybertrucks, like I said, I don't care if it's got a swastika painted on the side of it. It'll do. Anything will actually do. We'll try that. Mama Red, good to see you. Super Salty, big ups to you. We got Brett in the house. Big ups, everyone. You guys have fun over there. Unfortunately, I can't read the chat and do the show here at the same time, so I'm kind of lacking on looking at the chat and stuff like that. But just keep it up there. Looks good. Hit the like button. We need a couple of likes in there. We got some people watching on X, on Facebook, and on YouTube. So hit the like if you're on YouTube, so we can get those likes up, get more people in here. Let's find another clip here to show next. Hang on one second here. I shouldn't be talking like that. I should just be doing it. You got some people that are boycotting Tesla, and it's looking kind of weird out there. I don't know what the hell people are up to. Let's just see. We got this guy here who definitely doesn't like Trump, doesn't like Tesla, wants you guys to boycott everything. The audio's a little loud on this clip here, so let me just turn it back a little bit. But it's not a good situation because the boycotts are out there. Look he wants to boycott Sputnik, Starlink, Tesla, all that kind of stuff, the stocks, the cars, everything. And in fact, he's so pissed off that he's smashing his Tesla up with a sledgehammer or a pick there. It looks like a gold miner's pick that he's got in his hand there. Sledgehammer, yeah, right. It's not a sledgehammer. Even says on the clip there it's a sledgehammer. That's not a sledgehammer. But anyways, let's watch him demolish the Tesla.
Armed with a pickaxe and sledgehammer in Seattle's Soto neighborhood, these two fellas went to town on this Tesla. The car was left in shambles with windows, massive punctures, and tons of anti-Elon Musk graffiti.
Oh my! Boycott Tesla, Starlink X, and SpaceX products, services, and stocks. Musk is a bad immigrant. Oh, Tesla supports fascist. Oh my! You got to be kidding me. What's the matter with people?
We don't like what Elon Musk is doing.
This man would only give me his first name.
Greg.
No kidding.
Greg, sorry. But
hang on. Whose car is that? Does that car belong to those guys, or are they just some kind of protesters out there, terrorists, domestic terrorists there from the left that are trying to hound Tesla and Trump?
He actually owns the white Model S.
I bought it just to destroy it.
And Greg says he coordinated the stunt with his friends because he doesn't like Musk.
Tesla supports fascists. Let's keep that stock going down.
This is all part of a grassroots movement called Tesla Takedown. Some are trying to sink the electric vehicle maker's stock price and ruin anything associated with the controversial
Burn your Tesla.
They're getting wealthy at taxpayer expense.
All this animosity and relentless nationwide protests come in response to Musk's handling of President Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, or Doge.
We're also seeing a lot of upside-down U.S. flags here today.
It's all
He's
about
cutting
Doge.
entire federal agencies and the jobs that come along with it.
Hey, did you notice when Trump was giving his speech at the, when they had the Democrats and the Republicans both there, that the flag behind him was actually backwards? Well, albeit it was on its side, but it was also backwards on the wall. I don't know if you noticed that, but somebody wasn't thinking there.
And some people have even resorted to criminal activity to hurt Musk.
Oh my gosh, the Tesla Cybertruck is on fire.
Late Sunday evening, fire crews battled flames shooting out of several Cybertrucks in this Tesla storage lot.
Does this look like arson, sir?
We got our investigator on the way.
Dang. Look
Holy.
at this. At this point, the cause remains under investigation. But with all the Elon hate, there is concern it could be arson. Seattle police and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives are investigating.
You bought it to destroy it? Yeah.
The Inferno was just minutes away from this Tesla bash session.
Why are you wearing masks outdoors?
But just to be clear, none of these protesters have been accused of having anything to do with the destruction of those torch Cybertrucks.
I'm not talking to you. Greg is
Definitely
just trying to tell the
promoting
story.
it.
That's it. Why is everyone afraid suddenly?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's absolutely craziness what's going on in the States there right now, where they're burning up Cybertrucks, attacking dealerships. Like I said, the dealership in New York was attacked so much that Elon Musk actually shut the dealership down. You've got this picture right here where a guy that owns a Cybertruck is pissed off because somebody threw a rock at them, and his little daughter, I don't know how old his daughter was, but his young daughter almost got hit by this rock, and you can see what the size of the rock is in the back, in the bed of the Cybertruck. So yeah, it's getting ridiculous as to what's happening there. 3-year-old daughter had that rock thrown at her. Here's a story about the daughter being prosecuted about vandalism, and this one is, let's see, I'll just read this one here with you. Daughter is being prosecuted for felony vandalism to vehicles. So what happened is this woman's daughter went out with a bunch of people and vandalized some vehicles, right? They were at a protest, and this woman here is saying, hello, I made a throwaway account to post this, so she doesn't even want to say who she is. My daughter, African-American, 18-year-old, was involved in a protest at a Tesla dealership. After the protest, she apparently vandalized, spray painted, and physically damaged, breeding a Tesla and a Cybertruck, and was caught on Sentry mode. How clear are these cameras? She's asking. Knowing that her daughter's going to court, of course, she told her lawyer and that she was coaxed by friends to do it. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter whether your friends coaxed you to do it or not. If you did it, well, you do the crime, you do the time. You know, I hate to tell you, I'm scared for her, and I want her to have the best possible future. But I'm afraid that she's going to get a harsh sentence if found guilty. Not likely, because most of the judges are liberal anyways, which her lawyer said is highly likely given the evidence. She will be expelled from school. Well, will she? I don't know. Will she be able to get a job? Oh, anyone have any advice for me or her? Yeah, I'll give you some advice. You didn't bring your daughter up right if she's, coerced that easily by other people to do damage to somebody else's property. So how about that? Teach your children well is the answer to that one. And don't be doing this kind of stuff, okay? Because when you do this kind of stuff, you might just end up in jail. You might just. And it's a sad world that we're in. But really, honestly, the number of people that are attacking dealerships and Tesla cars and stuff like that, and you can see the charging stations there burning on fire. Somebody went up there and just purposely lit those charging stations on fire, a whole group of them, a whole bunch of them. You can see there's 5 of them burning there. There's probably more than that. And it's getting ridiculous out there. I don't know what the solution is to the problem. Let's get back to the Canadian thing where we've got a new leader in Canada. It's we call him Carbon Carney here. His real name is Mark Carney. But, we want to know, there's questions about him. He's been installed. I didn't vote for him. I didn't have a chance to vote for Carney as the leader of the Liberal Party, to vote him in as the leader of Canada. But for some reason, there's pictures like this surfacing of him, and people are asking, why was Canada's new Liberal woke Prime Minister, Mark Carney, on Epstein Island with Ghislaine Maxwell and Tom Hanks? Right? This is looking pretty suspect. So if you're a Liberal voter in Canada, you're going to be asking yourself and scratching your head and wondering, was he doing something bad You know, people are going to say, "Oh, well, this is AI or whatever." But there's other photos of him where he's cozying up to the whole crew over there. So you know, I don't know. I would have to say that I think that that's what's happening. I know we're seeing lots of photos similar to that. There's a picture of him that I'll show here in a little bit. Here's our good friend Pierre Poilievre, and let's see what he has to say about the whole situation that's going on there. Donald Trump will have a briefing on his desk about Carney's conflicts, and he will exploit them against Canada. If Carney wins, Canada loses, says the Conservative leader. Let's hear what he says about this situation here. Not good.
Mr. Carney is trying to distract from his many scandals and conflicts of interest, as well as his disastrous record as Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, by talking about Trump. He's the guy that sold out to Trump. 6 days after Donald Trump threatened Canada with tariffs to steal our jobs, Mark Carney announced to Brookfield shareholders that he would move his headquarters from Canada to New York. And when you asked him about it, he lied to your face. We got it in writing, and we proved it. He sold out Canada. He put his profit ahead of our people. And he did exactly what Donald Trump wanted. Never before have we had a prime minister so conflicted and compromised, and yet so little scrutinized. Just like when he supported carbon taxes in Canada while investing in American coal. He opposed Canadian pipelines while his company bought Middle East pipelines. He has millions of dollars of financial interests that run against Canada's national interests.
You know, he's absolutely right there. He owns companies that were operating within Canada and moved them to the United States. You know, like, what kind of a Canadian, if you're a real Canadian, wouldn't you be operating your business in Canada? Wouldn't you be supporting your own country? Or is he just after the big cash grab? Obviously, it's money. Money is what he thinks of. Money is what controls Mark Carney and his operations and whatever he's involved with there. And if he can make more money in the States, well, then he's going to move his companies to the States. He doesn't give a shit about Canada, you know, and that's what Pierre is pointing out here.
He gets rich making Canadians poor. You can be sure about one thing. Donald Trump's going to have a briefing on his desk of all of Mark Carney's American investments. And he is going to leverage all of Carney's profit motive against the interests of the Canadian people. And we know Carney will sell out Canada for his personal profit. He's already done it. He's systematically done it his entire time as a corporate insider.
There you go. If Carney wins, Canada loses. That's what the timeline bite is about there. Oh, it's not good. It's not good. We're in trouble. Canada's in trouble. Big time trouble. And we're you know, if you look at like I'm looking at the big screen here right now, U.S. 25% tariffs on steel, aluminum take effect. Petro exploration profit from exploration companies, profits are falling. We're kind of seeing a dead cat bounce in the stock market here right now, with the stocks back up again. We got the TSX up 187, Venture up 10. Got WTI oil up 143 at 67 a barrel. Gas is up. Natural gas is down a little bit, 415. And the Canadian numbers here. Got the S&P up 46. Dow up 55. Of course, the Dow was down 1,000. The Dow is 41,000, right? So with a market of 41,000, and if it drops 1,000, it's like, big deal. What's 1,000 and 41,000? Like, come on. You know, and people, oh, it's the end of the world, the end of the world. Yeah, well, guess what? They're not dropping today. It only happened for the last week or so, and they're not going to drop forever. So now they've gone into a recovery mode where you're getting the so-called dead cat bounce that's happening there right now. So that's where we're at today. You know, and I think that if the crash is going to happen, it did happen, and that was a correction. The market was over bloated, and the big money in the stock market pulled out of the stock market there last week, whatever, in preparation for what's happening here. They knew that stuff was going to happen. Plus, like I say, the stock market was due for a correction anyways. So that on top of Trump announcing a bunch of crap, which scared investors, bolstered the price of gold. The gold went up, literally hundreds of dollars. Where is it at right now? I have to see the exact price here. But it's and when money fears the stock market, it goes into gold, into a more stable thing, and it pushed up the price of gold there. That's why you saw that happening. 2,900 is gold, up even $26 here, even on the day here today. 29. Silver up as well, up to 33, and even copper up. So when people fear the dollar, they put their money into the precious metals. So that's what's kind of happening there right now. Let's check out our next story here. We got Door Knocker in there, Brenda Bridge, Al Munson, Edward Cam, Mo is in there. Hey, good to see everyone. Lots of other people in the chat. Cadamus Rex, Charlie Cheswick is in there. Super Salty, Big D is in there. Good to see you. Thanks a lot, everyone, for tuning in here today. 77, we got 25 on the thumbs up. Let's see if we can get that thumbs up to a bigger number. We need to bolster that thumbs up. We only have about 25 in there right now. Hit that thumbs up button, please, if you could do that. And give us a share out if you can. That'd be real good. Let's take a look at the next clip here. This is right out of the Daily Mail. So, if this is fake crap, it's one thing, but it appears like it's a real thing. And here's the story from the Daily Mail. Why is the British press doing more to expose Mark Carney than the liberal-funded Canadian media? I don't know about the Daily Mail, whether it's left-wing or right-wing or whatever, but they're really pushing this narrative that the Ghislaine Maxwell photo that haunt Canada's next Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Take a look at the photo here. This photo shows Mark Carney in the purple shirt along with Ghislaine. And, of course, they're the ones that go to the famous Epstein Island. So there's all kind of evidence out there that this is an actual thing. So people are going, oh, yeah, that's an AI photo or whatever. No, this is not an AI photo, and I don't think the other one was there. And I think Mark Carney has some kind of notorious dealings with Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein and the island and all the rest of that stuff. And Carney, yeah, you're in trouble now. Carney. Carbon Carney. We will see the downfall of Carbon Carney in Canada. Absolutely. We're going to see something weird happen to Carney. He's friends with too many bad people out there. Okay, so what exactly was he up to with her? And remember there was a picture of her rubbing Epstein's feet on the airplane and whatever. And, of course, she's in jail now, isn't she? Isn't she in jail? Wow. What's he doing hanging out around with her who's now in jail? Maybe he's done something where he should end up in jail. Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. We're just speculating. Nobody knows for sure. But Canadian politics are in a bit of turmoil here because of this guy in particular. And this is when he was in Glasgow, Scotland. This is what he was up to. And is he really the best guy to be running Canada? This is the question we're now asking Canadians.
Skepticism about ESG labels or sustainable labels. And that, again, is one of the reasons we're having this ruthless, relentless focus on net zero. Because in the end, look, we can't stabilize the climate unless we get to net zero. And it's a simple, these are hard numbers. Your emissions are either A or B. They're going up or down. And if they're going down, are they going down consistent with the science? We anchor it in the science, the same science the UN and others use for the 1.5 degree objectives. Skepticism about
my God.
ESG.
Oh, okay. So this is where people are saying he's a globalist, right? He's all for carbon reduction. He's all on the climate change bandwagon. And you can just hear by the way he talks that he thinks he's out to save the climate on the backs of Canadian taxpayers who are already overtaxed. Throw your frickin' carbon tax out already. And now he says, oh, if I become, or when I become Prime Minister of Canada, I'll get rid of the carbon tax for people and for farmers. Well, what about the carbon tax on all the businesses and the corporations and that? He didn't say he's going to get rid of the carbon tax on that. He's like two-faced. He's like talking through the side of his mouth, where he's going to help some of us, but not the rest. But guess what? If you carbon tax corporations, they simply pass that carbon tax right on to the citizens. So that's bullshit with what you're saying. You know, he needs to be turfed out of government. Mark Carney, you're finished. You're finished. You know, go back to Ghislaine and Epstein Island, right? That's where you belong, over there with that crowd. Okay, back to Pierre again here. He's doing his thing.
Now, Mark Carney is trying to hide from his record over the last 5 years of advising Trudeau in favor of raising carbon taxes, money printing inflation, and blocking resource projects, all while he moved his company headquarters and jobs to the United States. You know, it's ironic. Mr. Carney is trying to distract from his many scandals and conflicts of interest, as well as his disastrous record as Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, by talking about Trump. He's the guy that sold out to Trump. 6 days after Donald Trump threatened Canada with tariffs to steal our jobs, Mark Carney announced to Brookfield shareholders that he would move his headquarters from Canada to New York. And when you asked him about it, he lied to your face.
There you go. So, yeah, he's not to be trusted. We can't trust Carney. Like, I would be a better prime minister than him. At least if I'm going to do business, I'm going to do business within Canada and try and help out other Canadians and other so-called friends that are living in my own country, instead of trying to go somewhere else to some other country to make more money over there, make those countries richer, and just take the money and bring it back into your own bank account. Here's the other guy that everyone is really talking about. This guy here. Now, some of you are going to say, yeah, he's a right-wing whatever, you know. But he's got a podcast, and he's pretty big in the States. And our premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith, is going to go down and do a podcast with him. And oh man, the lefties are just going ballistic over this, calling him a right-wing extremist, blah, 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 and all the rest of it. So, let's listen to this little clip here about from Shapiro, Ben Shapiro. What does he have to say? Check him out.
Again, if there's a deliverable, great, and force Canada to the wall to get the deliverable. However, all of this is having an impact on domestic politics in Canada. So if you don't like Justin Trudeau and his party, then why exactly are you doing the things that are going to ensure that they remain in power? So before all this trade war stuff, the runaway winner in the Canadian polling was Pierre Poilievre, who's terrific. Pierre Poilievre is the leader of the Conservative Party.
Yeah.
He's one of the most articulate conservative leaders of our generation. He's
Absolutely.
terrific. And he has now fallen behind in the polling to Mark Carney, who's the leader of the Liberal Party in Canada, who will maintain all of the policies of Justin Trudeau, except without the dumb face. So Mark Carney just won the race to succeed Justin Trudeau as Canada's prime minister, and he vows to win the trade war with the United States and President Donald Trump. He's the former governor of the Canadian Central Bank and Bank of England, according to the BBC. He is a green revolution guy. He's never served in elected office. His replacement of the minority government means that he is the new leader of the party that is competitive. According to the BBC, the governing Liberals have seen a remarkable political turnaround since Trudeau's exit, as Canadians have been galvanized by President Trump's trade threats and support for annexing their country. At the beginning of the year, Pierre Poilievre was ahead 20 points in the election polls. Today, he is tied with the Liberals. So are you going to get more from Canada with Pierre Poilievre as the prime minister than you're going to get from Mark Carney? The answer is yes. It turns out that politics has a lot of downstream effect.
Okay. So, yeah, he definitely is in tune there with what's happening with the situation here. And Pierre is actually the guy. Like, Carney is nothing more than Trudeau 2.0. Plus, Trudeau was getting his information and guidance in the background from Carney on the carbon tax and the rest of it, and globalism and you name it. So, Carney is not a great guy for Canada. We want somebody better than him. And I think Pierre is the guy that's going to actually do that. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. Here's another clip with our good friend Carney. Let's see what he has to say here on this one.
The third thing we have to do, and this goes directly against the pressure we will get from the United States, whatever they do, is build. Build, baby, build. They're going to drill, we're going to build. Some of what we build is going to help with our drilling, to be clear. Some of it's going to be energy infrastructure. Some of it's going to be clean energy. Some of it's going to be trade corridor. A lot of it is going to be housing, the 3 or 4 million new homes that we need across this country. And something that my government is going to do is to use all of the powers of the federal government.
Listen to this right here. Because right here, he says, I'm going to use all the powers of the federal government. And he's promising to invoke the emergency powers. The same thing as Trudeau did to the convoy. What do you want? Invoke emergency powers on Canada and we're not even calling an election. And you know what emergency powers will do? That will forego an election as long as those emergency powers are in place. So is that what he's trying to do? Like, listen to him. Like, we don't want this guy.
Government, including the emergency powers of the federal government, to accelerate the major projects that we need in order to build this economy and take on the Americans.
Oh, or also to ensure that you stay in power while those emergency powers are in place. I don't know if that's what you're going to use them for, but there's a good potential for that to happen. That's not a good idea, and that's what the whole thing is on this clip here, is that Carney is saying he's going to use emergency powers.
Government, including the emergency powers of the federal government, to accelerate the major projects that we need in order to build this economy and take on the Americans.
So what exactly is he talking about there to build this economy? Is he talking about to use emergency powers to build a pipeline across Canada, or build more pipelines from Edmonton to the West Coast to fill ships up with crude? Like, what exactly is he talking about? Considering he's anti-oil, a carbon Carney, you know, let's jack the carbon tax type guy. Like, we've had enough of him in this kind of talk. We don't need him saying stuff like that. Here's him talking to our beloved CBC television, which, oh my God, they're so left-wing that they make me sick. They make communism look good, as a matter of fact. But anyways, thanks a lot to CBC for this clip. It is what it is. CBC. This is what they have to say about Carney on this interview.
So and that's in the production and transportation of oil and gas, not the actual use of oil and gas in our cars, used to heat some homes and other things. So we can't meet our ultimate objectives, which is to get to net zero emissions. We can't get there unless we do not just have a cap on emissions, but those emissions are brought effectively to zero. Yeah. So and that's in the production and transportation of oil and gas, not the actual use of oil and gas in our cars, used to heat some homes and other things. So we can't meet our ultimate objectives, which is to get to net zero emissions. We can't. So
what he's saying here is that Carney is wholeheartedly endorsing the Canadian energy cap. Now, the cap means no more energy, capping energy at a certain level, a certain output, which is today's BPO report shows will kill 54,400 full-time jobs and cut $21 billion out of the GDP, while he personally profits off of U.S. coal. He actually is involved with U.S. companies that sell and distribute coal. He's making money off of coal, while in Canada, tariffing coal to the point where you can't even use coal. It's like, it's going to be, your tax is going to be 300% higher eventually if they get to the point where they want to tax it right to the max. I don't know where it's at right now, probably 150% right now of taxation, but it's crazy. The tax on coal is absolutely crazy in Canada.
Get there unless we do not just have a cap on emissions, but those emissions are brought effectively to zero.
Yeah, exactly. In other words, we're going to put a cap, but you know what? Can you really bring emissions to zero? No, you can't. It's a fallacy. So for him to even talk like that, oh, we want to bring emissions to zero, it can never happen. Never, ever happen, because you can't bring them. Even on an electric car, there are emissions from an electric car during the build. When you're building that electric car, just think of all of the emissions that happen with everything, and you're charging that. So there's even electric cars are not, and eventually when the electric car is done for, you're going to have to deal with all of those the lithium and everything else in there, and it doesn't matter what you do, you're going to cause some kind of emissions trying to live your life in this world that we live in. Let's check out, now this is on the Department of Education, fires half of its workforce in the United States, and we've got our good friend who's like both American and Canadian, who's going to chime in on this whole situation.
Worked in the education system for 14 years. There's 110,000 high schools in America. The majority of them are in New York, Florida, Texas, and California. Our reading and math scores are the worst in the G7 and the G20 in terms of how many dollars we spend to advance our children. Okay. Why?
Hang on. Listen to this. Listen to why the education system is so bad. And I would agree with them. And I would say it's the same thing here in Canada. And you know what? You can scratch your head and go, why are these kids not being educated properly? Why? What's the last common denominator of the students learning? Well, this is it right here in a nutshell. Listen up.
Why? Unions. Unions that keep mediocre teachers in place in every high school in America when we should be firing them. You want to talk about whack as our theme tonight's show? I would like to fire teachers that don't... Wait. And I'd like to pay a lot more to the teachers that advance math and reading scores that push our system forward against every G7, G20 country. We have broken the system long ago through unions, and this is very unpopular.
But what are those cuts actually
what it means is
impact
the lowest paid person in America that deserves a lot more money is a great teacher.
I agree, as a former
teacher. And we can't, in the system of unions in America, we keep mediocrity festering, destroying the education of
let me just tell you how...
Yeah, absolutely. Notice the liberals are trying, that's CNN he's on there, they're trying to jump in there and counteract what he's just said. But, you know, when he said that, and I heard him say that, that was like almost like a realization that why the hell didn't we know that before now? Of course we knew that, because we know that when a person is in a union job, they're in there for life. You know, how many times have you ever heard that? As long as it doesn't matter what you do wrong as a unionist. In fact, you can be the worst teacher in the world and you will still keep your job, right? You're not going to get turfed out of that union job. And what you have is a situation where you've got, like he says, mediocre teachers teaching the kids with no real reason to make sure that the kids get a good education, other than the fact that they're getting paid. Yeah, okay, no big deal. But there's no system set up to make sure that teachers are good. For example, like he says, if there's a better grade score in a math class because of a certain teacher, well, that certain teacher should get more, right? And the people that are terrible teachers and are not doing well should be demoted and bring those people up, right? It's like that in private sector. That's how private sector works. Private sector works, the best guy keeps the job, and the worst guy, for example, at your, there used to be a store called The Brick here, the Brick Warehouse. The Brick Warehouse, once a month, would can somebody that's on their sales team, right? So the worst guy on the sales team would get canned, and they'd hire a new guy. And that's how it worked, right? And they had, 20 salespeople. Once a month, they'd look and see who's doing the best, and the worst would get canned. And that company, the Brick Warehouse, ended up being so big that it got bought up by Leon's Furniture Warehouse in Canada. And, the rest is history. But, yeah, that's an interesting concept there, eh? How about a concept that the best excel and the worst get demoted or turfed? How about that? Okay. Oh, hang on a second. I just have a quick phone call in here. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that little clip-sola. Okay, so quick phone call there on the doghouse project that I'm working on there. Got a little updated on there that we got. Apparently, doghouse number 2 is just about finished production, so we're going to see how much it differs from phase 1. But version 3 is going to be radically different on that whole thing. Let's listen to this next clip. This is she's I think she must be an alcoholic because I've seen her up on stage. And Brett, you know her. She's the leader of the Green Party in Canada. You were running for the Green Party of Canada. So if you were still with the Green Party, this would be your leader. And now we've seen her drunk on stage talking gibberish and all kind of crap there. And I know we played that on previous shows, but let's bring her in here now. This is Elizabeth May. Oh, wow. President Trump should sue her. Oh, really? Oh, she's a serial misogynist, says this clip here. A sexual abuser, rapist, things like that. Oh, he is rather, is the things that she's saying. What, about Trump? You got to be kidding me. And he's in the White House. What? Come on. This is Green Party leader Elizabeth May commenting on Donald Trump. Of course, the liberals out there will like this.
We need to have a government that remains solid. Team Canada that can say to Donald Trump, go pound sand or go suck eggs. Although, as I said, I now realize there's a tariff on sand and they may not be able to afford eggs. Reminds me of his attitude towards women. He's a serial misogynist, sexual abuser, rapist. He's in the White House. What's he want to do? Take Greenland out to buy expensive furniture? Take Greenland into the dressing room? I'm sorry, every time I hear Trump saying he's going to get something one way or another of another sovereign nation, in my head I'm hearing, I just grab him by the... I wouldn't put it past Trump at all. I mean, we've seen Musk interfere in the German elections to support neo-Nazis. Okay. What's to say that Trump and Musk's ideas, well, let's just get some rage farming going and see if we can get a segment of Canadian society that likes the idea of a 51st state.
Listen to her. She's kind of slurring a little bit there, like, lifelong alcoholic. So, you can imagine that she's missing a few brain cells there. And, to have a politician in Canada to berate another politician in another country like this is pretty bad. Pretty bad. Let's play that again, just so you don't miss her call what she's calling Trump. Lefties out there will love this, but, if you're in Trump's camp, you're going to say, this is very despicable. And like it says here, Liz Churchill posted this, says that Trump should sue her for what she's saying about him.
We need to have a government that remains solid. Team Canada that can say to Donald Trump, go pound sand or go suck eggs. Although, as I said, I now realize there's a tariff on sand and they may not be able to afford eggs. Reminds me of his attitude towards women. He's a serial misogynist, sexual abuser, rapist. He's in the White House. What's he want to do? Take Greenland out to buy expensive furniture? Take Greenland into the dressing room? I'm sorry, every time I hear Trump saying he's going to get something one way or another of another sovereign nation, in my head I'm hearing, I just grab him by the...
By the what? By the pussy?
At all. And we've seen Musk interfere in the German elections to support neo-Nazis. Okay.
Oh, my God. The lefties always have to throw the name calling in there, neo-Nazis and bullshit like that. Like, come on. Like, this is ridiculous to have, she should be turfed right out of that party. Brett, get on her. Get on her. Brett, you could do a better job than her. Brett, you should be the leader. You could in fact, you'd do a better job than her at calling people a neo-Nazi than her. Like, come on.
Trump and Musk's ideas, well, let's just get some rage farming going and see if we can get a segment of Canadian society that likes the idea of a 51st state.
Well, I don't know. They're out here. There's definitely a group out here that is promoting the idea of the 51st state. There's no doubt about that. So, that's a thing. Okay, we got this other clip here, which this is the Donald Trump, which Donald Trump actually said. This is a tweet that he put out. How long ago? Let's see when this was. 2015. In 2015, Trump said, if the Dow Jones, if spelled wrong, you must be using voice to text, I would think. If the Dow Jones ever falls more than 1,000 points in a single day, the sitting president should be loaded into a very big cannon and shot into the sun at tremendous speed. No excuses. Yeah, well, guess what? I don't think that the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 1,000 points in a single day, just recently here, because I think it was just under 1,000 points and it was in more than a single day. So that didn't really qualify for this here. So there you go. But anyways, the left is coming out with that tweet there that Trump said that. Yeah. And now let's listen to Trump about cars and stuff like that. He's the man. He's the man. What does he got to say about the cars here? This is a good one.
Tesla stock is also have drops and markets are going to go up and they're going to go down.
Yeah.
But you know what? We have to rebuild our country. Our country has been stripped of its jobs, of its factories. And I'm tired of seeing where they build apartments, cheap apartments in an old broken down factory. But Tesla stock is also
what the hell? I listened to that clip before and I wonder what he's saying. Build cheap apartments in an old broke down factory. I don't know what he's talking about there. But anyways, he's talking about stocks there. We say, well, stocks will go up and stocks will go down. They'll go all over the place. Yeah, they will. But what you do as a president also does affect what's happening with stocks in the stock market in your country. Now, I'm of the ilk that, yeah, right, stocks go up and they do go down. And, what he's doing might very well have an impact on stocks. But whatever happened, it happened. And now it's over. As of today, stocks have done a rebound and done a little bit of a reset, which if they were over bloated or over sold, there's going to be a pullback. And maybe that's all that we saw was just a little bit of a pullback on the stock market.
On the campaign trail,
CNN.
Trump warned a Democratic victory would lead to a decline in markets.
If Harris wins this election, you will quickly have a Kamala economic crash. You're going to have a crash. If we lose, you're going to have a crash like you wouldn't believe.
Well, he also said the only way to avoid a market crash would be to elect him. In fact, one line he used repeatedly throughout much of 2024.
Did you see that? Their stock market crashed when we won. Many people say that the only reason the stock market is up is because people think I am going to win. And we are a nation whose stock market's continued success is totally contingent on MAGA winning the next election. We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is contingent on MAGA winning the next election. If we don't win the next election, the stock market will crash, just like it did in 1929.
Well, it didn't crash like it crashed in 1929. And is this a crash? I don't know. I would call it a correction. Did Trump start it? I don't know. Yeah, I guess he did maybe a little bit. Here's the old eagle. The old eagle. Trump has upset the eagle, I think, is what's happening here. People are saying he's economic idiot or something here. I don't know. Look at right there. Economic idiot, it says above that picture there. And that's what it's kind of alluding to. Everything is in a free fall down. Yeah, that was yesterday. That was March 10th is what that this picture and those graphs came from. But we've gone into that, like I say, dead cat bounce there now or whatever. And stocks are recovering to some degree. So now is the point where you have to say, okay, let's see what's going to happen now. See whether or not we're going to have any change. Let's take a look and see what happens with tariffs here. Here's a little instruction video to give us an update and teach us a little bit about tariffs. What's happening with tariffs and what do they do to affect a country here?
Tariff hikes on China. He plans to levy 25% tariffs on everything from Canada and Mexico, too. These new tariffs would cost the typical American household an additional $1,200 in 2025. But if Trump makes good on previous pledges to slap tariffs on imports from every country, American families can expect to spend as much as $4,000 more. Trump has suggested he would use the revenue from tariffs to offset more tax cuts for the rich and big corporations. But of course, as I said, any revenue raised from tariffs would be coming out of your pocket. The tariffs you pay could help facilitate this massive transfer of wealth from most Americans to the super rich. So when you're paying more for groceries, gas, and housing, know where your money is really going and know whom to blame.
Wow. It's unequal out there. It's not equal. So there's a clip showing you that, when you tariff or put tariffs on against goods coming into your country, then what happens is you end up paying more for those goods. It's pretty simple how it works, right? Can't make this crap up. Let's listen to the chat and see what the chat has to say about this. Chat, how you doing today? Let's go over there.
Blow it out your big arse at the Robert Escobar show. At Robert Sinclair, or better yet, he should move there. I remember when there was no inflation before the election. I can't think of a chatter more than at bullets and barbecue. LOL. Torai talking about learning humbleness and respect. Oh wait. Brett, you really are big mad you can sit back with your ranch, aren't ya? I never realized that the crafty ladies actually made you seem normal. Signed a trade deal before. Looks like the United States is not the only country Canada has screwed over. Now China imposes 100% tariffs on select Canadian imports. Brett, we don't need anything you have. We are good neighbors and share. So Canadians didn't bend a knee? Shut off the oil, get rid of the government-subsidized auto sector, bring on the cheap Chinese cars. We're already building the battery plants. Chinese natural gas-fired will be all set. Ikrcam. Long-term pain for short-term pleasure.
Good to see everyone. Okay, I'll be right back in a minute. Let me just take a bit of a break.
The economy was steady. Not anymore. Face fuchsia poop shape, face fuchsia poop shape, face fuchsia poop shape. Trump bent the knee at the Robert Escobar show. Liquor is paid for once it's sold, idiots. Oh boy. Learn kuth, Brett. Tommy is a Canadian and he's not acting like a hateful ass. It's going to be bumpy for a little bit. Hang in there. Well, there's a lot of misinformation in the chat. Trump didn't bend a knee. The new Canadian Prime Minister did in less than a day. Take your time. Canada not mad at China. LOL idiot. LOL standing for billionaires. Kid caught. I'm imposing a 25% tariff on Tommy Temper for all of my chat comments. Trump backed off at WYSIWYG TV 742. I hate that what Trump is doing affects our best neighbors, the Canadians, and millions of others. My billionaire could beat up your billionaire. LOL scundog. Hey, at Barbara Vodapest. Exactly, Wizzy. It's called negotiations. Cadmus, he didn't bend the knee. Imagine thinking this is the first time for tariff war. Elon gonna save 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 999 900. I don't. Stick your 99 Siri. LOL. Tommy will be taxed on Dunkin' Donuts. Grab Brett by the pussy and put his bum ass to work. What did I do? POO, you broke it, LOL. Trudeau is single-handedly responsible for dissolving Canada into a US state. Just point it out.
God rides a Harley.
Welcome to my channel. That pisses Tommy off, LOL. He hates when I do the LOL. Remix. Damn the 9S. Anyone have anything that says made in Canada? You are a closet Trumper, Robbie. I think that China information is old. We only tariff China because of America. We don't have to support America and tariff China for the auto sector now. WYSIWYG out there at time. We are good neighbors and the Canadians have been very gracious during these games Trump is playing. I don't blame them for punching back with the electric tariff. POO, you're a FKN loser. I roll. Lol. Says you, Brett. Okay, who's the joker that broke Tommy channel? Looks like there are some people in chat who hate Canadians. Why do you come into TDS channel? GRAH. Who is worse, Biden or Trudeau? Shells? That's it, I'm taking back putting in a good word for you, LOL. Canadians suggesting they'll fight to the death instead of being annexed by the US couldn't even fight a cold for the last 5 years. Butterflies, we are nothing more than children in the middle of a nasty divorce. LOL. Lol. They dropped it, butterflies, but I get why they upset, but not Brock's upset. That's ridiculous. Brett can't even get along with the Canadians. Brett stamped his own ass, LOL. Come on down to the Johnstown, Planned Parenthood next week and say hello. I'll be there from 1 to 4 p.m., 3/19 through 3/21. DK. Green News Scam. You don't need Carney. That sounded funny and then it said and you say Brett, LOL. Hygra. I can't breathe. Butt plugs spurging out, no one cares, LOL.
Tyson Hook.
Welcome to my channel. Bonus out of all this, Americans now know more about Canada than they ever did. At Seashells, Robbie has joined the winning team. B. Negotiating with Trump is like arguing with a 5-year-old. You Canadians work for us now. Truth, Dean. True, Dean, LOL. Betty sounds like a hot moment, LOL. Hand over your maple syrup. LOL. Hamilton Patty. K9. Go Canada, go. Yeah. Did you graduate high school at the Robert Escobar show? LOL. I'm going to join the EU instead.
Red's dead.
Welcome to my channel. Okay, on AAA. Canadians, stay home and give the government your guns. It's been a painful education. RM. Seashells. Brett wants Canada to be like Iran and Venezuela. Help Tommy dig me up. I'd follow Claudia Sheinbaum. She is a real leader. Gun crazy Americans on the takeover, psychologically damaged mega. US needs to be turned off. No oil, no gas, no electricity, no commodities at all until they learn and are appreciative. Give them the domestic abuse treatment, Brett. We get it. Brett, turn it off then. Never going to happen, Brett. Name one thing made in Canada. Be appreciative of what, Brett, that they keep your ass in Canada? Yes, we appreciate that. Yeah, we totally depend on Canada. LOL. At Brenda Bridge, you took the words out of my mouth, LOL. Where are you getting your lumber from? At Betty White. Be careful what you wished for. Deb's smiling face with hearts. Dumb, just dumb. Looks like everyone's getting along here today. IKR, haha, Betty. Lol. Brett, poor Brett, stop reading that old newspaper. Time to get a new one.
Hammer.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show. Hi Tyson. Tommy hi. Shut off the uranium, shut down the war machine, they are dangerous flip-floppers. Brett, how's them tanks? Stop playing hard to get Canadians, you know you want party with us. Where are you getting your potash to grow crops from at Betty White? Brett thinks nations leaders should treat each other the way he treats the women in his life. We get a lot of our lumber from the United States, Cat. Hi Hammer. Mrs. Butterworth is better than maple syrup. USA lumber is inferior to Canada's. Cat, it's not on my Christmas list. K9 hi. Do you really think the United States doesn't have lumber? No, you don't at D. Red Mama hi. Cam, you hit the nail right on the head. At Betty White, you need to look into what you get from Canada before joking about it. D, we have nothing apparently. He's ignorant as hell, D LOL. Hammer. Brett acts just like we buy everything from Canada. What a dumbass, he doesn't realize Canada is the second in the world for buying all from Saudi Arabia, so Canada is not that independent. You couldn't fight your way out of a wet paper bag. Canadians are so weak and fragile. Hey Hammer. Cat, okay LOL. He dumb water. Laugh all you want, hun. If you think the United States doesn't have lumber, then maybe you should visit some of the lumberyard businesses in Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Washington, Utah, etc. These are facts. Mom read. Y'all are just dumb as hell, sorry LOL. LOL, except for the Tarzan's oil friggin' rat fucker half-wit embarrassments. Russian lumber. I'm happy to learn about the Canadian government. I wish it had been under better circumstances. I do know Canada has come to help us during emergencies like 9/11 for example. Yo Hammer GTSY. Talking mighty reckless Canada LOL. No one said there is no lumber in the US LOL. Damn, if you don't spell it all out they just can't comprehend anything. Canadians are so dumb, weak, and easy to propagandize.
Come
they
on.
vote for and accept politicians who have never given one damn about them.
I don't think we're not.
They gladly vote for the least worst party. D exactly. I roll. There are flaws in our governments on both sides of the border. There are flaws in our governments on both sides of the border. We are all FKD.
Turn off the text-to-speech for a second here, so I don't have to talk over it. Yeah, so we're in a tough battle here right now because, you know, and I'm beginning to think, and aren't you, that Trump just simply wanted to put up 25% tariffs, and you know the fact that there was fentanyl being produced in Mexico and Canada, and that there's terrorists, whatever, they're infiltrating into the country and going back and forth. Yeah, I think that it was more of a ruse to put up the 25% tariffs, right? Because both Canada and Mexico did things to alleviate the tariff, but Trump never took the tariffs off, did he? He left them on. So that is like he wanted to put the tariffs up there and keep them up there permanently. And it really doesn't matter what we do in Canada here. We're not going to be able to really get those tariffs removed, I suppose, unless we do something else to the United States, which Ford tried to do by saying he's going to put a 25% tariff on electricity. And I don't know what the percentage of electricity that we're supplying to the United States. Maybe the chat can figure that out. Go and do a search there. But I do know that Canada does supply a fair amount of electricity to the States, you know, from both Ontario and Quebec, where they have hydroelectricity. So, yeah, cutting that off. Or, well, actually, you know, probably in air, you know, Ford said that he was going to cut off the electricity. Well, I don't think that he ever intended to do that, but, you know, he was definitely going to put a 25% tax on it. But he ended up pulling back on that. He pussied out on that whole thing and didn't make us Canadians look good by doing that. Now we have the federal government that's going to be trying to do a similar thing to try and put a 25% tax on select items to the United States or from the United States, I should say. And Trump is going to react to that too. So we're going to see what's going to happen with that. So we're in a tough situation here up in Canada because we have Trump, who is at this point, from my point of view and other Canadians' point of view, we look at it as being Trump is acting like somewhat of a bully, in doing that. But we knew ahead of time that he wanted to make the United States stronger by putting tariffs up to other countries that produce goods so that those goods can be produced within the United States. And I believe that we should do the same thing here in Canada. We should put tariffs up in Canada from China and other places only on the goods that we really, really think can be easily produced here in Canada. We need to set up more factories and do more production within our own country instead of just plain buying stuff from China. Like we're so in bed now with buying stuff from China that and for cheap prices that it's like we're in a sea here of buoyancy because of it, right? We've got extra money to spend because we're able to buy all this cheap stuff, right? As opposed to making it in Canada. But we have to change that. Obviously we understand now that the world is changing and the globalists want us all to be one giant world, and that's not going to happen. So if it's not going to happen, then we're going to have to put up tariffs against those countries where the cheap goods are being produced. So that's the situation that we're in here right now, is that we have to do something about our government in Canada, because right now we're at a standstill because the government is prorogued, and it's not a good situation. Let's listen to a bit that I have here from the Canadian government here, the politicians. Let's hear what they had to say here today. This is a clip from a little bit earlier today. And the Canada announces a 25% reciprocal tariff on $29.8 billion worth of imports from the United States. So this here clip, they're getting ready to talk about it in the Parliament building. Let me just zoom it ahead a little bit here.
Can cause injuries. We remind
Here we
all
go.
in-person participants to keep their earpieces away from all microphones at all times. When you are not using your earpiece, please place it.
And let's listen to what they have to say about the announcing the 25% reciprocal tax on $29 billion worth of imports.
These measures are in place so that we can protect the health and safety of all participants, including the interpreters, and conduct our business without interruption. Thank you all for your cooperation.
Their audio is always
have
low.
with us today Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc, Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly, and Industry Minister François-Philippe Champagne. I believe they have about 15 minutes of talk between them, and then we will take questions mostly from the room. We'll try to get online.
I haven't listened to this yet,
so please let me know if you haven't. I haven't spoken to you. Let me know that you will have a question.
Mia, thank you. I'll be taking about 20 minutes myself, and then the others could share the rest of the time. That's a joke. Bonjour, bonjour à tous.
You better start off in French, by the way.
Aujourd'hui, les
so that we don't know what the hell you're talking about. That really helps. Most of Canada is English speaking.
D'aluminium du Canada. Ces tarifs, comme on a toujours dit, sont totalement injustifiés, injustes et franchement déraisonnables.
Typical liberal politician.
As has been the case since the American president first threatened to put tariffs on Canadian exports to the United States, our sole focus is to stand up for Canadian interests, Canadian jobs, and Canadian workers. It has been extremely heartening to see Canadians from across the country rally to this cause in defense of Canada. I would also like to thank the premiers from across the country for their work on these important matters. I know Canadians are proud to see their governments stick up for their respective provinces and territories, and also, of course,
if anyone wants to drop a link there, go right ahead.
Together, we will do what we must do to protect Canada's economy. With these most recent tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum, the U.S. administration is once again inserting disruption and disorder into an incredibly successful trading partnership and raising the costs of everyday goods for Canadians and American households alike. We will not stand idly by while our iconic steel and aluminum industries are being unfairly targeted. Today, I am announcing that the Government of Canada, following a dollar-for-dollar approach, will be imposing, as of 12:01 a.m. tomorrow, March 13th, 2025, 25% reciprocal tariffs on an additional $29.8 billion of imports from the United States.
Now, that's the point right there, is that Trump has said if Canada brings up any kind of tariffs against the United States, Trump is going to do a reciprocal tariff. You know, like, so if this does actually happen tomorrow, and it looks like it is going to happen, tomorrow is going to be a big day to see what will Trump do. Is Trump going to jack his 25% tariff against Canada up to 50%, which is, you know, preposterous to do? You know, it's like ridiculous. You know, is it going to, if he does do it, is it going to stick? Or is it just going to happen and then Canada will go, no, we'll just get rid of our tariffs are going to be gone here now. What is going to happen?
This includes steel products worth $12.6 billion and aluminum products worth $3 billion, as well as additional imported U.S. goods worth $14.2 billion for a total of $29.8 billion. The list of additional products affected by counter tariffs includes computers, sports equipment, and cast iron products as examples. These tariffs are in addition to Canada's 25% counter tariffs on $30 billion of imports from the United States in response to U.S. tariffs put in place on March 4th. In addition, we learned yesterday that the United States tariffs would also be imposed on steel and aluminum content in certain derivative products. The government is currently assessing this aspect and may impose, of course, further tariffs in response to this measure as well. Aujourd'hui, j'annonce que le gouvernement du Canada, suivant une approche dollar pour dollar, imposera à partir de minuit et 1 minute demain, le 13 mars 2025, des droits de douane réciproques de 25% sur 29,8 milliards de dollars d'importations supplémentaires en provenance des États-Unis. Cela comprend des produits en acier d'une valeur de 12,6 milliards de dollars et des produits en aluminium d'une valeur de 3 milliards de dollars, ainsi que des produits américains supplémentaires d'une valeur de 14,2 milliards de dollars pour une valeur totale de 29,8 milliards de dollars. La liste des produits supplémentaires concernés par les contre-tarifs comprend des outils, des ordinateurs, des équipements de sport et des produits en fonte. Ces droits de douane s'ajoutent aux droits de douane réciproques de 25% appliqués par le Canada sur 30 milliards de dollars d'importations en provenance des États-Unis en réponse aux droits de douane américains imposés, comme vous savez,
quit doing a little bit of English, a little bit of French, a little bit of I don't give a shit, I don't understand, I don't care, you're pissing me off. You're just pissing me off for speaking French when I'm trying to do this. This is an English. You guys understand French? Who out there? Give me a 1 in the chat if you understand French. Give me a 2 if you don't.
D'autres contre-tarifs en réponse. Our government is also taking steps to mitigate the impact of these countermeasures on Canadian workers and businesses by considering requests for exceptional relief through the existing emissions process. We understand that these are challenging, uncertain times for Canadian businesses and Canadian workers.
Well, yeah, but that's why we've bit in English, then do the bit in French. You know,
and businesses,
so that we don't have to listen to French rather than forcing us to listen in the speech.
And Farm Credit Corporation are there to help business owners find new markets for their products and access financing to help with liquidity crunches. We have also introduced temporary flexibilities to the employment insurance work-sharing program, helping affected businesses keep more employees on the payroll in the event of a slowdown.
In other words, more taxpayer money being doled out for
tous les
bogey.
outils à sa disposition pour soutenir
Bogey
nos
is unemployment
entreprises
insurance.
et nos travailleurs en ces temps difficiles. D'autres mesures pour aider les travailleurs et les entreprises pourraient être annoncées au besoin, et je suis très encouragé encore une fois par la volonté des provinces et des territoires
play music
aussi
over the French.
de travailler avec nous afin
No, I shouldn't
d'appuyer
do that.
les
Sorry about
secteurs
that.
économiques dans
All
leur
of my
région.
French friends out there,
Notre gouvernement
French-speaking people.
continuera de travailler sans relâche afin de convaincre l'administration de M. Trump d'abandonner entièrement
This is the internet, though,
ses droits
and
de
it's like-
douane totalement
Look at Sunshine Baby there got
We will use
taken to
every
task
tool at
there,
our disposal
podcaster,
to
for
defend
calling
Canadian
Ford
jobs and Canadian businesses and support
do you call 'em now,
workers
pig or
through
something?
these challenging times. And with that, I'm happy to pass the microphone
Here we go.
to my colleague Melanie Joly.
Oh, well, why didn't you do that before the French part? Come on.
Thank you all for joining us today.
Quit it.
You've just heard the actions we're taking from my
Yeah.
colleague and friend,
You just
Dominic
heard
Leblanc.
that
Canada is
basically-
holding strong, and
Yeah, we're not holding strong. We're fucked. You know, I hate to swear on my stream here, but and I usually don't do that. But we're fucked. We're screwed. Honestly, we are over this whole thing. There's no way out. Trump is holding the frickin' bat over our head. We have to do what he asks. And if we try and do anything else, he'll just hit us harder with the bat. He'll actually hit us with the bat, right? He's already bashing us once there with the 25% tax. While we do something, if we try and fight back against him, he's just going to bash us even harder. That's what's going on here.
we'll continue to do so together. Well, make no mistake, though, this is going to be a day-to-day fight. This is now the second round of unjustified tariffs leveled against Canada and Canadian goods. The excuse for the first round was exaggerated claims about our border. We addressed all the concerns raised by the U.S., and in return, they agreed to temporarily abide by the free trade agreement President Trump signed himself with Canada. The latest excuse is national security, despite the fact that Canadian steel and aluminum add to America's security, not take away from it. All the while, there is a threat to further and broader tariffs on April 2nd.
Oh, come on. Couldn't they pick somebody better? I could have done a better job of coming up with what to say against Trump there. Quit doing that, Trump. Come on. We're good friends of yours. Jeez, what's the matter with you?
Still looming. The excuse for those tariffs shifts every day. The only constant in this unjustified and unjustifiable trade war seems to be President Trump's talks of annexing our country through economic coercion.
Yeah. No, it's like, 51st state. Yeah. How can we get Canada to become the first 51st state? We'll just tax the hell out of them until they have no money. And then they go, please, please, please save us. Save us, Trump. Please save us, United States. I don't think it'll get to that point. Look at, there's Pol Pot little hellholes out there in the world that don't have any money. I don't see Trump going over there and trying to take them over.
Yesterday, he called our border a fictional line and repeated his disrespectful 51st state rhetoric. Well, Canadians have made it very clear that we will not back down and we will not give in to this coercion. À mes concitoyens canadiens, je tiens à
Coercion, yeah. That's exactly what it is. Coercion. Coercion. He's coercing us into joining up into becoming the 51st state. Hey, how about this idea? Trump, why don't you make the United States a province of Canada? Okay? The United States could become a province of Canada. How about that? Maybe that's a better idea. Didn't think of that, did you? Hey, how about that? That's Tommy Temper. That's my thought on what we should be doing to solve this problem. You guys become a province of Canada. How about that? You will. Hey, we'll invite you guys. What do you guys think? You want to become a province of Canada? Hey, all my American friends out there, You want to become a province? Hey, you might have to become a little more liberal, maybe bring back a few more pronouns, and stuff like that. But hey, you're welcome.
Aluminum sectors.
Well, hey, there are some there's some states that'll go, hey, like California, hey, we're already almost Canadian down here. We're so liberal.
Pour nos travailleurs et travailleuses dans l'industrie de l'acier et de l'aluminium, nous sommes ici pour vous. Nous avons pris des mesures fortes en 2018 lorsque le président Trump nous a imposé des droits de douane et nous continuerons à le faire. Les droits de douane sur l'acier et l'aluminium étaient injustifiés en 2018 et ils demeurent injustifiés aujourd'hui. I now would like to talk to the American people. To our American friends. I want you to remember this.
Okay, hang on. This is the government speaking to you, okay? It's not Tommy Temper. So Tommy Temper's views may be different than the government, just to preface this.
Canada is your best friend, best neighbor, and best ally.
That's true.
Many of us have family on both sides of the border.
True.
Canada is also America's best and biggest customer.
Right.
We buy more American goods than the UK, France, China, and Japan altogether.
Absolutely.
Together, we have spent generations building a relationship between our countries that is the envy of the world.
That's true. This whole thing about trade and, with the car parts and the car factories and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's been, decades and decades and decades that has been built up on the trust that border would allow free trade. And as long as there was free trade on the border, the working relationship between the factories building cars, especially cars, it's mostly cars that we're talking about here, where you built widget factories. For example, Leo works in a factory that makes car parts in Canada, supplying car parts to the American market, and they're manufactured in Canada and then shipped over to the States. And those factories cannot be just plain picked up and placed back into the States. It takes a good 4 years to get a factory up and running. So, if there was any kind of a start of a new factory in the States, it probably wouldn't get into production until after Trump's current 4-year tenancy. So, it's Trump is really putting the pressure on bringing the factories back to the States, which is going to cause jobs to falter, fail in Canada. And you know what? I don't even know, the only cars that we produce in Canada are in American factories. So if those factories that are producing cars in Canada all move to the United States, then Canada would not be producing any cars whatsoever. So we'd be forced to be buying those Chinese cars that were stupid enough to put 100% tariff on. Like, what? You want me to buy a Chinese car that you're going to put 100% tariff on? It's like the car's $20,000 car is going to cost me $40,000, of which $20,000 is tax. What do you think I am? Stupid? You think I'm going to buy something like that? Not likely.
Canada is not the one driving up the cost of your groceries or of your gasoline or any of your construction. Canada is not the one putting your jobs at risk. Canada is not the one that is ultimately starting this war. President Trump's tariffs against you are causing that. And there are no winners in a trade war. American friends, help us help you. Please help us end these tariffs as quickly as possible. And please talk to your elected representatives at the federal, at the state, and municipal level. Please talk.
Well, I think maybe some might, but I don't think any will, especially bullets and barbecue.
To your governors, to your senators, to your House representatives, and to your mayors. Send the message to the White House. Working.
Hey, Sandy, well, actually, you're Canadian. How about, I don't know. There's got to be someone there in the States that can actually send a couple letters to your senators or your, not senators, your leaders of your state, your governors and stuff like that, to tell them to back off of Canada. Daisy, are you going to be sending some letters for us? Daisy.
Together, Canada and the U.S. have built a strong enough economy, and working together, we can bring down inflation and bring stability to the markets. To my European colleagues, we will work together to put pressure to end these tariffs against you too. À mes collègues en Europe et dans le monde entier, je dis depuis longtemps que le Canada est le canari dans la mine.
Oh no,
que
more
si
French.
les États-Unis peuvent nous faire Americans. Relever. Travaillons ensemble pour encourager les Américains à faire pression sur leurs représentants élus. Ensemble, nous avons réussi à lutter contre les droits de douane sur l'acier et l'aluminium en 2018 et nous pouvons le faire à nouveau.
I'm learning how to speak it
After
by
this,
listening.
I'm heading to the G7 Foreign Ministers meeting in Charlevoix, Quebec. I'll be meeting with Secretary Rubio. I will also be meeting with my European and British counterparts.
Ooh.
In every single meeting,
Uh-oh,
I will
there's the
raise the
threat.
issue of tariffs.
That was just a threat to the United States that we're meeting with our European counterparts there to try and develop some trade over there. But I don't know that we're going to be able to sell much oil to the European Union when there's no pipeline going to the East Coast to load onto any ships that might go there. And of what is going to the West Coast, we're already maxed out on the pipe, and there's barely any being shipped offshore. So our only market is really down to the States. So, but anyways, it's a threat. It's a threat that's not going anywhere. But who knows? Maybe some of our other production of some of our other crap might go over to the UK or the Europeans. But let's face it, when you got to load stuff onto a ship and ship it over there, it's going to cost a lot more to get it there than it is to just plain sell stuff to the Americans. So, you know, the Americans are our best market, but holy, they just put up a 25% tariff. They don't want to buy our crap. So we have to find other markets for our stuff.
To coordinate our response with the Europeans and to put pressure on the Americans. This is much more than about our economy. It is about the future of our country. Canadian sovereignty and identity are non-negotiable.
That's true. Yeah, I'll say that. Like, as it stands right now, Canada broke away from if you don't know the background, Canada used to be like part of the Commonwealth, right? We were like owned by London, by the UK, you know? We were all part of the Commonwealth. And then Canada got big enough and strong enough and powerful enough to where we said, hey, we want to break away. We want to govern ourselves. And we still have a bit of that, you know, in our parliament, you know, with the Governor General and stuff like that, that, you know, stems from the old Commonwealth system. But, you know, Canada broke away from the UK, basically. We're our own country. So, you know, we were part of another country already in another system. And we rather would stay on our own. We're able to. We're successful. We have enough money. We have enough wealth. In fact, hey, the province of Alberta, where I live right here, we could be our own country right here and be one of the richest countries, just like an Arab country, where we could be giving $10,000 checks to every citizen here once a year. Honestly, I'm not kidding you. If we did that, like, we could become so wealthy, it's unbelievable. But yeah, we're part of Canada, and you know, we're able to stand on our own. We don't really need the United States. We don't need the UK. We don't need a lot of other countries. We can do everything within our own country here. Of course, if we cut off ties with everyone, our standard of living for a while wouldn't be really great until we just kind of pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps, as the saying goes. But you know, right now we have trade, we have products, and we need to find markets for them. If they're going to put up tariffs for the States, well, obviously we're not going to be able to sell stuff into the States, because that's what tariffs do. They limit, and they go, oh, the Americans go, yeah, well, I'm not buying Canadian because it's costing me 25% more. Why the hell would I buy a widget for $1.25 when I can buy an American widget for $1, for example? So yeah, therein lies the problem that we're in. Things have been going so smoothly for so many years, and now that Trump has kind of thrown this roadblock into the works, we're, like I say, we're basically screwed, and we're having to maybe go on it alone and bite the bullet and just try and live life, on our own without having to rely so much on the United States. Maybe that's a problem where Canada has relied on the United States, throughout this whole last 125 years. And I guess now we're kind of paying the price for it for not being more independent. We should have been more independent over the long run. And then Trump wouldn't have any battle with us at all, because we'd be going, oh, we don't give a shit if you put up a tariff. We're able to be self-sufficient all on our own. We don't need your crap. We can buy our oranges from Peru or Brazil or somewhere, you know?
Canadians have had enough, and we are a strong country who will defend our sovereignty, will defend our jobs, and will defend our way of living. And we will do so all together every single day and one day at a time. Thank you.
Bon matin tout le monde, bonjour tout le monde. Nous vivons l'un des moments les plus sérieux dans l'histoire du Canada. Aujourd'hui, les États-Unis poursuivent leur assaut tarifaire contre le Canada avec l'imposition justifiée. Ils auront un factory floors across North America. This needs to stop. This is hurtful for workers. This is hurtful for industry. This is hurtful for the competitiveness of North America. Canadian steel and aluminum are essential for North America. And we live in a time, as my colleagues have said, that where you see a nexus between economic security and national security. We need to preserve what we have achieved over generations. From energy to defense, to automotive, shipbuilding, and countless other sectors of our economy, Canadian steel and aluminum fuel North American supply chains. Actually, I was with the association representing aluminum. So one job in the United States, one job in Canada in the primary aluminum sector support 13 jobs in the United States. That's the ratio 1 to 13. This is how integrated we are when it comes to steel and aluminum in North America. But let's be clear. This is more than just about supply chains and big industry. This is about people. This is about our workers. This is about families and community all across this country and across the United States. They are the ones paying the price. This uncertainty is creating anxiety across North America, and we need to work together to stop that. Les secteurs de l'acier et de l'aluminium sont...
You know, you have a point there, Bullets. Bullet says, seems Canadians are okay with China tariffs. Yeah. Doesn't, you know, I don't hear any rhetoric at all from the Canadian government about the fact that that China put up tariffs. What happened is that Canada put up the 100% tariffs on the Chinese electric vehicles, right? There's that what happened. And then now China has come back in retaliation against that, putting up tariffs and or maybe even refusing shipments and that on our canola oil, which is known as rapeseed oil. And other farm type things like probably wheat and whatever. I don't know the exact details on the exactly what they put the tariffs on, but you know the Chinese are fighting back. And now I haven't heard anything where the government is saying, or talking about those counter tariffs that have been put up by China. So yeah,
being forced to do in order to protect our way of living in this country and to protect North America. Make no mistake, today's decision by the U.S. will increase costs for consumers. Mr. Joly was right. When you're talking to our American friends, we need to make them clear. This is going to increase the price of construction. This is going to increase the price of car. This is going to increase the price in the defense industry. It will put thousands of jobs at risk, and I would add unnecessarily. And it will weaken North America's economic and national security. My dear friends, whether you're in Canada or in the United States, we cannot let uncertainty become the new certainty in North America. That cannot stand. That will make us less competitive. That's going to weaken us, and that's going to affect our economic security and ultimately our national security. Ce climat d'incertitude doit évidemment cesser. Et ce n'est pas seulement moi qui le dis, mais je vous invite à regarder les déclarations du PDG de Ford.
We're going to be on shaky grounds up here in Canada for sure.
Qui a parlé de chaos et de coûts à l'intérieur des différents secteurs.
You know, a big one is our good friend Leo out there with the car parts. You know, where he's already informed us. I hear he did a podcast where he's seeing people in his industry right there where he's working being laid off in Eastern Canada in the car parts industry because they're seeing where if the Americans are putting up tariffs, they're obviously not going to be buying as much product from us. So they're shutting down production lines in Canada already, just based on Trump saying that he's going to put those tariffs up.
We need to change our way of doing things in this country. This needs to be more than just a moment. It needs to be a movement to become more resilient in this country, a movement to become more confident in this country, a movement to become more ambitious in this country, and a movement to be more Canadian in this country. There's many ways for us to do that. I've said many times to Canadians, the best way to do that, the biggest power we have is our purchase.
Best way to do that is to eat a moose meat sandwich for lunch. Then you'll feel more Canadian.
Purchasing power. As my colleague have said, we can start to buy local. We can buy Canadian.
Exactly.
Because after all, we're the largest customer to the United States of America. We will diversify our industry. We will diversify our exports. But we can also choose to buy local. That's going to make a difference to the small and medium-sized business across our country.
Of course, all the local businesses are now being bought up, and the housing is all being bought up by East Indians now. So be prepared to eat a lot of East Indian curry. That's all I can say. If you want to, if you want to buy Canadian, yeah, okay. I mean, I'm not bullshitting with that. It's tongue in cheek, but it's true. It's true.
Tomorrow, Minister LeBlanc and I are planning to join Premier Ford in Washington.
Support your local Jeet.
To convey these messages as forcefully as Canadians can
True.
do. In conclusion, let's stop with this tariff nonsense. And let's work together to make North America more competitive, more innovative.
Hang on. Calling it nonsense is like slapping Trump in the face, Like you don't say, let's quit with this nonsense. No, for Trump, it's not nonsense. For Trump, it's like, bring the jobs home. Bring the jobs, take the jobs, get the, at this point, Trump doesn't give a shit about Mexico. He doesn't give a shit about Canada. He wants the jobs back to the United States. And if Canada wants the jobs, well, then become part of the United States. That's the narrative. Okay?
More resilient. Our people on both sides of the border expect nothing less from us. Merci tout le monde. À vous.
Thank you, ministers. We do have more, I think 10 questions in the room, so we may not get to the online, but we will try. We'll start with Valérie Gamache from Radio-Canada. One question, one follow, please.
CBC.
Bonjour à vous trois.
French,
hier, il y a eu
of course.
beaucoup de bruit avec l'intervention notamment de Doug Ford dans le dossier.
Oh,
On se retrouve en pleine
We're not
période
be able
de
to listen
transition
to the
entre
question
M. Trudeau
or
et
the
M. Carney.
answer.
Est-ce que l'absence d'un répondant
Because
direct
it's
à
in
Donald
French.
Trump actuellement nuit au Canada?
This is ridiculous how they do this.
Veux-tu le prendre ou tu veux que je prenne?
Je ne sais pas.
Direct, on vient de répondre. Vous avez vu une réponse très directe ce matin. Le gouvernement prend ses responsabilités comme il se doit. Vous avez vu ce matin une réponse ferme, cohérente. C'est pas une surprise.
What they should at least do after this is like give the question and then the answer in English.
Mesurée,
I hope they do that.
C'est ça que nous avons fait aujourd'hui.
See how
Alors, le
smart they are.
gouvernement continue de prendre ses responsabilités.
I'm telling you. The government doesn't like English Canada. That's how I feel living in Canada. The Liberals don't like English Canada. Trudeau hates the West. He hates the oil sands. He hates everything about Canadians. Western Canadians. And this is just, in our face.
So what I would say in English is right now the most important thing is Canada's unity. Because what we know is that the Americans themselves are divided. And so what you're seeing today is leadership on the part of the federal government, and also we'll continue to work with the premiers that are showing leadership.
No, Canada is split, really badly split. Trudeau split Canada, and there are those people that just hate the Liberals because of what Trudeau has done. And especially here just recently, right now, our government can't even convene to talk about this. The Liberals are putting up their own puppets that you're seeing here that are talking about this. But we're not talking about this in Parliament. It's shut down, it's prorogued, and it's a bullshit scene that we have going on here. And the show's being run by these Liberal puppets here that we're listening to. And we've had enough of them.
As well, because we need to fight back against this nonsense.
Yeah, again, call it nonsense. Like, call out Trump, why don't you?
Et je comprends que demain, vous partez à Washington, messieurs Leblanc et Champagne. C'est quoi l'objectif de la rencontre? Est-ce que c'est de réouvrir et de devancer la négociation de la CEUM? Est-ce que
more French questions? You know, this is freaking rigged. The whole thing is rigged, and I don't know. I feel like I'm being hoodwinked by the government. They're pulling the fleece over our eyes or whatever. And we don't half of the time we don't understand what the hell they're doing, and it's like they're trying to do some kind of subversive bullshit behind our back, you know, like, why don't you speak in some kind of code language so we don't know what you're talking about?
La question très ici maintenant là.
Ben, je peux peut-être débuter, François-Philippe peut ajouter. Non, on va pas.
And then she comes back and says, "Oh, what we're saying is that we need to be strong and cooperate."
Renégocier ou même commencer une discussion sur la question de renégocier le CEUM.
Why does my stream, when you're trying to talk about politics in Canada, have to turn into a French bashing stream? Like, they're doing it on purpose, honestly.
Premièrement, il n'y a personne qui a avancé cette idée-là. C'est une responsabilité nationale. Il y a une révision dans l'entente qui se fera en 2026. Si des partis veulent avancer ces dettes-là, mais ils le feront. Demain, la discussion sera sur l'urgence de diminuer la température, d'enlever les tarifs douaniers qui sont appliqués sur l'acier et l'aluminium aujourd'hui. Le secrétaire Lutnick a un mandat d'arriver au début avril, le 2 avril, avec les mesures surtout globales, les mesures qui vont examiner leurs relations avec tous les pays. Mes discussions avec le secrétaire Lutnick sont vraiment tournées vers cette décision-là du 2 avril. On va faire tout ce qu'il faut faire pour enlever le Canada. Des mesures qui se sont appliquées depuis déjà une dizaine de jours et arriver à une discussion, à un résultat le 2 avril qui, j'espère, est plus cohérent que qu'est-ce qu'on a vu au cours des prochaines semaines.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Alors, ce sera ça l'objectif de nos discussions et on sera évidemment prêt à retourner la semaine prochaine. On est toujours prêt à travailler avec le gouvernement de M. Trump sur l'objectif d'enlever les tarifs douaniers qui s'appliquent injustement à l'économie du Canada.
Non, je vous dirais c'est...
Okay. English question.
So, sure, in English, and then François-Philippe can add.
Nice.
The discussion...
You know... Oh, hang on. I woke up. Okay. Are we back to English again? Okay, good. Okay.
Tomorrow, it's not about renegotiating
I almost fell asleep there.
The USMCA. That is not the purpose of the conversation tomorrow. The conversation tomorrow will be what can we do to deal with this completely unjustified application of tariffs to steel and aluminum from Canada that came into effect today.
Well, there's more than that. It's 25% tariffs right across the board. And then you've got the energy at 10%. So, yeah, it's more than just aluminum and steel.
The, again, unjustified decision of March 4th. As you know, certain products that are compliant with the agreement were exempted until April 2nd. All of that points to a conversation that we've been having with the Trump administration around getting to April 2nd with the objective of obviously removing all of these tariffs that are applying to the Canadian economy. We will continue to maintain our countermeasures and increase them on April 2nd. This is no surprise to the American administration if we can't get to a position where their initial measures are all.
Can we make sure subs only is turned on, please? Subs only in
the conversation tomorrow
5-second
will be
timer.
Around lowering the temperature and focusing on the process that President Trump set up, where Secretary Lutnick has up to April 2nd to determine a series of global tariff decisions. Obviously, we think that they should respect the agreement that President Trump signed, the Canada-U.S. Mexico Free Trade Agreement. In the agreement itself, there's a provision to have a review in 2026. It's not a renegotiation, it's a review. If one of the three parties wants to, at some point, begin a process of that review earlier, then of course Canada would be ready. We've always said the best approach is a coherent conversation that looks at all of these issues, where the three economies are part of the conversation, and where we can arrive at the best agreement for North America.
Oh yeah, because he's talking about Mexico here too. I think the best thing, which is not being done, is to tell the premiers to shut up and stay out of this whole deal. Let it be solved from a one central government point, and not to be having all these premiers berating Trump. Like especially the worst one is Ford, it appears there. But and even these guys are just as bad by what they're saying here and what we're pointing out here right now. You shouldn't be like poo-pooing the fact that he did it, or trying to tear down Trump, or trying to make Trump look bad. Deal with what is this with the situation. Deal with the tariffs, and don't try and piss off Trump, because every one of these people that have spoken here so far are just plain starting out with pissing off Trump, and then trying to work a deal with them. Like you don't do that. It's like I learned that a lot from bargaining with people on when you buy something, you don't piss off the person that you're buying, right? Or else he won't sell it to you, or else he'll sell it to you, but he's not going to give you a discount or a good deal. He's going to treat you like a piece of shit, and he's going to make sure that he's the winner on the deal.
That's been the success of previous conversations, but for the moment it's difficult to get there, because day over day, week over week, you have these decisions. So if we can sort of clear the underbrush and get to a...
Hey, make sure you share out this stream. If people have the ability to share this out on one of the platforms that you're watching on, please share it out. That way we can get more subscribers over here, build up the audience. But honestly, I'm being shadow banned, really, to only have like less than 100 people watching my stream after being streaming this long and with this many subscribers. I'm obviously being shadow banned. So share it out and let's get more people watching.
A position where we can get to April 2nd with a coherent plan. I certainly think that would be the objective of the conversation tomorrow, and it continues on conversations we've been having over recent weeks as well.
Je pense que Dominique l'a bien dit. Demain, pour être clair devant les Canadiens et Canadiennes qui nous regardent, il n'y a pas de début de renégociation, évidemment, de l'accord de libre-échange. Par contre, moi, ce que j'entends amener avec le ministre Blanc à la table, c'est vraiment de nous ramener dans un mode où il y a plus de certitude. Moi, je le dis souvent.
Us Canadians are getting our pussy grabbed. Is what's happening right now. We're getting a pussy grab. So.
Dans l'industrie de l'aluminium et l'acier. Mais vous savez,
sad to have to characterize it like that. I can say what I want, because I'm not going to have a meeting with Trump, and he's not going to hear what I have to say. So I can say whatever the hell I want. It's like DOA. I'm going to say whatever the hell I want about DOA. I don't give a shit. If you do the crime, you do the time. And if you get hit with something way more than the crime, well, you got to deal with it, because that's the way it works. It's like Trump. Hit you hard and then whittle it back. Like DOA is like, hit him hard, and now he's got to go in court and whittle back those charges, right? So that he limits his amount of time in jail.
De faire le point, nos amis, que la sécurité économique va affecter la sécurité nationale.
Yeah, I know.
À un moment donné, ces chaînes d'approvisionnement-là vont
But it's funny.
Vous savez, dans le secteur de l'automobile,
hey, we're here for fun. Look at, I ain't making any money off of this. I don't get any, I haven't gotten a penny in super chats, or maybe I have and I just didn't notice. I don't know. I have to go back and look. But obviously I'm not into this for money, fortune, or fame. So we're into it for the fun. Thank you very much.
C'est de ramener ça, c'est de dire les marchés vous ont parlé, l'industrie vous parle, les travailleurs vous parlent.
And I'm not a bashing channel. I'm not going to sit here and bash DOA or anybody else. I'm just reporting what I'm seeing, that's all. Telling you what we see, our interpretation of the world. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Just as a reminder, if we can keep the questions and answers brief so we can get through as many as we possibly can. I am looking at you. I believe the finance minister is also looking at you. Rachel Haynes, CTV.
Thank you so much, ministers. I'll direct this to Minister LeBlanc.
Oh my God! An English question.
Premier Ford yesterday had said that this was an olive branch from Howard Lutnick, but at the same time, President Trump says he wants to finish the auto industry and also make Canada the 51st state. So how do you trust the U.S. administration going into tomorrow's meeting?
Hart.
Well, so obviously outrageous comments, and Melanie talked about it.
Yeah, I saw that. That's why I said that.
Trump, in that regard, aren't constructive to building an economy that is in the interest of both Canada and the United States, and obviously with our Mexican partners as well. So our focus is not on exaggerated rhetoric. Our focus...
Brett, actually, for you, it would be better if Canada became the 51st state, because then you could actually visit ABD, like without having to go through a whole bunch of hassle. You know what I mean? Just kidding.
Is on doing the work that Canadian workers and businesses expect their governments to do together. Premier Ford has been an important leader as not only the chair of the Council of the Federation, but as the premier of our biggest province in defending the Canadian economy and the economy of his province. I think it would be irresponsible not to take an opportunity to talk to Howard Lutnick about
let's make sure super chats
we
are
think is important to build a strong North American economy, and why we think these continued tariff measures and the necessary and appropriate response that comes from Canada is not a constructive path to be on. If you're like racing to the basement,
costs on
there's no real prize for being the first person to get to the basement. Like it doesn't feel like the path that we want to be on. I've had with Secretary Lutnick constructive conversations. So this is an opportunity again to figure out, I hope, the best way to get to April 2nd, the decision points that they have set up themselves in a way that protects and promotes economic growth in Canada. And we think done properly, it's also in the interest of the United States as well.
Can I just add to that? I think
Musk is going to rescue those astronauts.
We just need to make sure that
Robert.
we put maximum pressure to defend our jobs, defend our sovereignty, defend our way of living. But meanwhile, as the team negotiating, we need to find off-ramps. And it is just the right thing to do. So we'll do
funny,
both.
Super.
That conversation with Howard Lutnick is important. The ones we have, and I'll have with Secretary Rubio as well. So we're doing that in the best interest of Canadians.
Let me just add on the auto sector, because you touched something that will really, but that's going to affect hundreds of thousands of people in this country. Trust me, those who are watching are listening to that. Those who are watching, we're going to fight for the auto sector every single day. I spoke to them and I say, Canadians have been there for you. Canadians have been there for the auto sector for decades since we had the auto pact. And these companies, most of them, have long-standing commitments to this country. We're going to make sure that they abide by the terms of every single
is always in there with the
we
dirty,
have with them to make sure we protect the jobs. We had discussion with the union leaders yesterday and with the
we haven't even talked about immigrants,
company, and they truly understand that the reasons they came to Canada is because we have the best worker. It's because Canadians have been there for them, and we have integrated supply chain.
I
I just want to be clear on the auto sector. Make no mistake that we are already on their back, saying we're going to be watching like hawks as to what may happen to the auto sector, because this is a core industry for the prosperity of this country.
All right, thank you. And Prime Minister, my next question is,
we'll be buying
Prime Minister
Polish and
Mark Carney had
Russian
on dollar for dollar
or Ukrainian
tariffs.
vodka.
Did he have a say in today's announcement?
Obviously, we took note of what the Prime Minister designate said in the leadership campaign. But it's also been the position of the Government of Canada to have a strong response to these unjustified measures. So this shouldn't surprise anyone. We have been clear that if the Americans took this unreasonable and unjustified step, Canada would respond as Canadians expect their government to respond. As
I don't
Melanie
watch much of them, but once in a while I
benefit from the support of premiers across the country, of business leaders. But our objective always is to get to a position where the American tariffs are lifted, and all of the tariffs are lifted, and then so too, of course, will be our retaliatory measures. But until the Americans make that decision, will continue, as Melanie said, to increase the pressure. None of this is surprising to the American administration.
Yeah, but there aren't many drug labs operating in the open, though.
This response was well known and planned for a number of weeks, and we'll continue to do everything we need to do to defend the Canadian economy.
Mylène Crête, La Presse.
Oui, bonjour. Monsieur Champagne, je vous ai entendu dire que vous alliez défendre l'industrie automobile qui est surtout basée en Ontario. Là. Il y a des craintes au Québec que le bois d'œuvre et l'industrie laitière ne seront pas défendus. Quelle garantie votre gouvernement peut donner aux Québécois là-dessus?
Bien, on sera toujours là. Évidemment, je répondais parce que la question concernait le secteur d'automobile. Mais c'est clair, on a été aussi en contact avec les secteurs clés de l'économie du Québec, c'est-à-dire l'aérospatiale,
Thank you very much,
forestière,
Carlette. You always super chat me. You're a great supporter of the channel. And I see you out on other small channels supporting them as well. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Les gens le savent parce qu'on a déjà joué, malheureusement, dans cet épisode-là. Vous savez, on s'est déjà tenu debout. L'industrie forestière, vous savez, je parlais à M. Chrétien, des enjeux dans le bois d'œuvre, on en a depuis plusieurs décennies, puis on a toujours gagné. Vous savez, c'est ça l'enjeu. Dans le bois d'œuvre, on a toujours gagné. Quand les règles du jeu sont claires, on gagne. On l'a vu récemment au hockey. Nous, ce qu'on veut rétablir avec le ministre Leblanc puis avec la ministre Joly, c'est évidemment d'avoir des règles claires du jeu. Parce qu'une fois qu'on aura des règles qui sont claires, que ce soit dans les différents secteurs de l'économie, on pourra évidemment s'adapter, mais on pourra aussi gagner. Alors, c'est clair qu'on va être là pour défendre ces secteurs-là. Et ça va être des enjeux qu'on va certainement soulever dans la réunion avec le secrétaire Lotnick.
Et vous parliez, Madame Joly, d'unité.
Very good.
Là, dans
Thank you very much.
Oh, oui. vous parliez dans votre réponse d'unité canadienne. C'est important d'être unis dans notre réponse là, aux tarifs douaniers américains. Est-ce qu'il y a vraiment une unité quand Doug Ford semble faire cavalier seul, comme ça a été le cas hier?
Je pense que, premièrement,
exactly, Super. That's a problem we have here.
Une réponse coordonnée au sein.
Talking about the homeless shelters here. If you're on drugs or whatever, you come in and you're all drugged up, they won't let you in. So then you have to live out on the streets. And if you talk to the guys that are living out on the street, I say, why are you living out on the street? And they go, because they kick us out of the shelters and we have nowhere else to live other than lying on the street or in a tent or whatever. And, somebody has to do something about that situation. It's not good.
Du gouvernement fédéral, une réponse qui a été travaillée aussi depuis quand même quelques semaines. On savait depuis quelques semaines que des tarifs sur l'acier et l'aluminium pouvaient être mis en place, donc on s'est préparé. Donc, comme le disait mon collègue Leblanc, il n'y a pas de surprise. En même temps, ce que je pense que les premiers ministres et tout le monde au pays,
Not sure of exact location, but I think he's Canadian.
Ce qu'on fait présentement, c'est qu'on essaie de trouver quels sont nos leviers pour mettre de la pression, pour envoyer un message, pour faire réagir, premièrement, le peuple américain, qui est ultimement notre grand allié pour mettre de la pression sur l'administration Trump. Et donc, dans ces circonstances-là, on peut démontrer qu'on a une réponse qui est forte et coordonnée, puis qu'on va faire reculer l'administration Trump. On est dans une bataille existentielle. Existentielle pour nos jobs, existentielle pour les familles qui dépendent de ces jobs.
Yeah, because if you see these guys that do like where all they do is just a podcast, that's it, whatever, and they're big and they have numbers and they have money rolling in there like crazy on the stream. My stream is more of a fun stream. We're just taking it easy, chilling out. We've got a good group of people that all know each other and can berate each other and rag on each other and bully each other. And Brett, you're getting beat down the most in the chat there, but Brett is Brett, and Brett has stuff to say, and people listen to Brett. And honestly, Brett could easily be a politician. He can stand up there and give a speech better than the leader of the Green Party. Thanks a lot for another super chat. Wow, who's that super chat coming in from? We got another super chat coming in from Lou. Lou, you've super chatted me before. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks a lot for the super chat. Appreciate you supporting the channel here.
Et existentiel pour notre souveraineté. C'est pas juste une question économique, c'est ultimement l'avenir de notre pays qui est en jeu. Et donc, moi, je suis fière de la réponse canadienne de façon générale.
With that, more French. English question, please.
Well, this is not only a threat to Canadian jobs, not only a threat to so many families that are supported by these jobs, it is an existential threat to our country.
Yeah.
And we will fight for every single job. We'll fight
if those factories close down, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to lose their jobs, and not just the people that work in the factory. What about those families that they're supporting? What about the kids, the wives, whatever, the mortgages, they'll go belly up. Like this app is really, really hurtful to the Canadian economy. And, it will throw us into an absolute, even though the U.S., they're saying that the stock market, whatever, the crash or mini crash that happened here just within the last week, it may throw the U.S. into some kind of a recession. While these tariffs against Canada here will absolutely throw us into recession until we recover. And yourself, it like moving the factories to the States, for us to do something else to employ these people is going to be extremely difficult, because what kind of a job are they going to have? No job. Because is Canada going to go, oh, we'll just open up our own factories? No, it takes private enterprise to do that. Private enterprise is what really powers the economy, right? The jobs are created by private enterprise, not the government. What are you going to do? Create more government jobs, trying to figure out, what kind of what government jobs are all about. Trump just got rid of a whole bunch of government jobs because it was just a big waste of money. Real jobs are in the private sector, not in the government sector.
Families, and we'll fight for who we are as a country, because this is not only about the economy, it is about the future of our country.
That's true.
David Aiken, Global. Okay.
In fact, Canada has.
We'll go to David Baxter from the Canadian Press.
Just tariffs. This is it's a terrible situation that we're in.
There we go. So we can actually get the interpretation on there. Should we be reading anything, especially trying to build better relations with Europe and more new alliances there? Should we read anything into the French submarine that surfaced near Halifax yesterday?
Storm.
So we are having lots of conversations with Europeans right now. I'll be meeting with the foreign ministers from, of course, Germany, France, Italy.
Hello from the UK.
The foreign minister of the EU, as well as the British one. And I know that the Prime Minister designate is going to reach out to many of our European friends. But let's all remember that not only Prime Minister Trudeau at the time, myself also, we went to Europe to coordinate this very response on aluminum and steel tariffs with the EU. And so we're seeing the reaction of the EU today on steel and aluminum. When it comes to defense, to your very question, we're NATO allies. We work together. We cooperate on military exercises. And we want to do more with Europe. And we want to do more with defense procurement also with Europe.
They go, oh, well, you're not producing enough babies. So to compensate for that, we'll have to bring in more immigrants. That's the thought process of the government. Well, why do you have to have more people? It's kind of a I don't know what you would call it. It's the way the whole government and the whole corporate system is set up, right? With the corporations and the way that we do things here is that it becomes so expensive to live in this environment that people think twice about having kids. So in developed countries, we don't have kids, whereas over in places like India, the thought process there is to have boys. So you want to have lots of boys, and because when you grow old, you have your family, the children in their family support the old people. So they don't have old folks' homes that they put the people into over in places like India, but they have lots of children that support the people. So it's a completely different mindset over in other countries as to why they have more children. And they're able to do that because well, obviously they're able to support more children, even though they're living on a shoestring. I don't know how they're able to do it. And then they go, well, we have so many people. We need support from other countries. We need money from other countries because we're impoverished here, because we have so many kids, because we need so many kids to keep us alive when we're older. Like, come on. And that's who we're bringing over to Canada from those countries that have so many kids that they're overpopulated and they don't have enough money to feed their kids, and we're bringing them all over here, right? Because we can't have kids because it's too expensive to have kids.
And so these are all parts of the conversations we're having. As for your specific question, I think Bill Blair, who's a fantastic Minister of Defense, can also answer you.
Otherwise, been answered, so go on to the next person.
Raymond Filion, TVA.
I'm the lucky one. Bonjour. Question pour Mme Joly. Vous avez parlé en anglais de Marco Rubio. Vous allez accueillir à compter de ce soir dans Charlevoix. Qu'est-ce que vous allez lui dire au sujet de ses droits de douane américains, de un, et aussi la question de la souveraineté du Canada, 51e État et les menaces de M. Trump? Est-ce que vous avez l'intention d'aborder cette question-là aussi?
C'est pas la première fois que je le soulève avec le secrétaire d'État Rubio. Je l'ai fait encore la semaine passée. Lorsque je lui dis que
the world is crazy.
Tout ce qui était lié à la rhétorique du 51e État, ça passait pas. Puis, non seulement à l'époque, il m'a rassuré sur cette question-là, il m'a également dit que...
oh yeah, did you guys hear about the bat virus? Remember the bat virus?
Marco Rubio va revenir d'Arabie Saoudite. Il va avoir eu des conversations avec la délégation ukrainienne.
AMC in the house.
On va parler beaucoup des questions liées à l'Ukraine et du fameux cessez-le-feu de 30 jours qui est présentement...
Trump is blaming Canada and Mexico for all the problems.
Mais au niveau de la
we have to pay the price now. Pay the piper.
C'est pas compliqué, là.
C'est
même pas
Hey, Herman, you're trying to tell me that Trump didn't put a 25% tariff on the UK? What? You're kidding. Come on, Trump, you're falling behind.
Vous arrivez dans notre pays, vous respectez notre coutume et notre approche et bien entendu notre souveraineté.
Exactly. Brett has
Comme j'ai dit tantôt, la stratégie est la même avec tous nos interlocuteurs. Pression maximale, diplomatie efficace.
Reciprocal tariffs are not great.
The strategy is the same with every single of our interlocutors. It will be maximum pressure and very...
What did she say? Did she say interlocutors? What the hell is that?
How can I say efficace? How do you say that? Effective. Okay, so let me do that quote again.
What? Hang on. She can hardly speak English. Got her on that one. Now, what exactly are you trying to say?
So the strategy with...
Hang on. Who is this that we have representing Canada here on the big stage that Trump is actually looking at this, watching this, to see what the hell we're up to here? We don't even know what the hell we're doing. At least get some people up there that can speak English.
Our American counterparts will be the same. It is going to be maximum pressure and efficient diplomacy.
Yeah. Maximum pushiness, and we'll bend over and take it from Baba. Okay.
Avec la nouvelle de ce matin concernant Northvolt, est-ce que la Chine pourrait prendre la relève dans le dossier de l'usine au Québec?
Oh, not more French.
Non.
Alors, qu'est-ce qui arrive maintenant avec l'usine, avec la nouvelle d'aujourd'hui?
Je voulais être très clair aussi pour cette question-là. La réponse est clairement non.
Question. That means
évidemment,
question.
ce qu'on voit avec Northvolt, je comprends les préoccupations légitimes des gens. On est en discussion pour essayer de voir si on ne pourrait pas retrouver une solution. Parce que moi, je pense
when we become the 51st state, Brett will have no problem crossing the border. Come on.
La profitabilité de Northvolt passe par l'usine nord-américaine, parce qu'on sait que le marché nord-américain, c'est le marché le plus important. Alors, je pourrais vous dire qu'il y a des discussions en coulisses pour essayer de trouver un repreneur, probablement, dans cette situation-là. Alors, on est en discussion présentement, puis évidemment, la compagnie aura plus à dire, j'imagine, dans les prochains jours. Puis nous, on fait notre travail en coulisses, justement, pour aider à voir comment on peut préserver.
You know, when you're talking about politics, you're talking about opinions, you know, and they're like assholes. Everyone has one. But, you know, like some things we might agree on, some things we might not. You you know, I'm just a guy here. Hey, you guys know I'm right wing. I have right wing thoughts in my head. So I'm like, I want to have lower taxes and have a good lifestyle. Really, that's all I want. I love that to happen for everyone. And if the politicians can do things that'll give people, have people have a better standard of living, lower taxes, better health care, I'm all for it.
Je pense que, vous savez, il y a toujours le court terme, le moyen terme et le long terme. Il y a une situation financière à court terme, mais je pourrais vous dire, j'ai expliqué à nos amis européens, comme la ministre Joly le fait, comment c'était important, alors qu'on est en train de diversifier notre économie, d'avoir un partenariat transatlantique, d'avoir un manufacturier européen qui soit le leader dans le domaine des batteries. Moi, je pense que qu'ils aient choisi le Québec, qu'ils aient choisi le Canada pour servir le marché nord-américain, alors qu'on est justement dans une crise existentielle. Moi, je suis...
Yeah, Robert Sinclair in there. The Canada just lowered the prime rate by 25 basis points to now sitting at 2.75%. That is low. Low. Okay, I'm so old that I remember buying a house and getting a first mortgage at 15% interest. Okay, like to tell you how bad things were, where they had to raise interest rates so high because of inflation happening so bad that that they ended up jacking interest rates to 21%. And I was buying crap with 15% interest, and I'm making a go of it too. As a matter of fact, it's like unbelievable. But then the market crashed, and everyone got burned on the whole thing. So, well, except me, I didn't, because I had sold off everything by then and was just sitting pretty. But that was back in the old days. Now we're into 2.75% interest. And people go, "Oh my God, that's so high! It should be like zero." Well, 2.75 is hardly anything. If you can't make put it this way: if you can't make your mortgage payments, or you're in bad shape with your loan at 2.75%, well, then there's something wrong somewhere.
Je souhaite que cet investissement-là continue, puis je peux vous assurer qu'on y met l'effort pour essayer de trouver des partenaires pour continuer l'investissement.
Tanda McCharles, The Star.
Clarification. Can you talk about the 30, let's round it up, 30 billion that you've announced today on top of the 30 billion previously? That's, I assume, part of that 155 billion overall package that Canada said it would target eventually, right? It's not an additional 30 on top of 155. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, so that's not my question.
Yeah.
I just wanted
Why
to
do you need
clarify.
more babies?
Oh, so
It's
No,
the engine.
That's just a clarification.
It's the old Storm. It's the old what you call the economic engine of progress for a country. Means that you have to have a certain amount of income. You have to keep the GDP up, and you do that with your workforce, your engine. And when your workforce drops, well, then your production GDP drops. And governments don't like that. They, you're talking about the imperialist society that we live in here. And in order for it to keep on chugging, you have to increase your immigrants while your workers, your workforce, either by birth, and if you don't have enough people, well, then the politicians get worried and all strung out, and they go, okay, we have to bring in more immigrants because we're not producing enough babies within the country. So, that's kind of the way it works, and that's the situation that we're in.
Mr. LeBlanc, what do you understand to be the incoming Prime Minister, Mr. Carney's, strategy to deal with Trump? You talked about your ideas, but I'd like, since you're his now finance minister and frontline person dealing with it, what can Canadians expect in the weeks ahead?
So obviously, technically, the premise of your question is not accurate. Mr. Carney will be sworn in with his cabinet sometime in the coming days, so I just don't want to accept the premise of those questions, and I certainly don't want to speak for our new boss. I think Mr. Carney has been quite effective in saying to Canadians that his government needs to take a firm response, a strong response, Your colleague talked about his public comments around a dollar-for-dollar response to these tariffs, which is what we're doing today. But I have every confidence that he's exactly the right leader at this moment to continue to take a tough, responsible, proportionate position with respect to these unjustified American tariffs, but also to lead the Canadian economy to a position where these tariffs are lifted and we have a stronger economy that's less dependent on this obviously unpredictable context.
Can I add to that? I think Mr. Carney is a serious person, a serious man, and he'll engage only if there are serious talks.
Follow-up.
Hopefully not North Korea, Seychelles.
You talked about the need to find off-ramps, and yet you also talked about the need for Canada to use its levers to exert maximum pressure. And given that energy is such a powerful lever to
Storm, I have 2 children, 2 young children.
Put tariffs on,
They're
export tariffs on.
under 18.
We've received that question
So-
at nearly
so,
every
you know,
single
that's why-
press conference since we've
I'll
been
tell you
meeting
what, when you have children, if you don't have any children, then your vested interest in the future is not quite as strong, right? And anyone that has children will know this. How many grandmothers have you heard say, I'm out here protesting whatever to make life better for my grandchildren, right? So if you have children, then you want to look out for your children and you want to make the world a better place for your children. You don't want it to make it a worse place, right? And where I see people stooped over in our streets, on fentanyl, where I didn't see that 10 years ago, we have a problem. We have a problem. This society and life has gone downhill. And we really, really, really need to do something about that, i.e. we've got a drug problem. And Trump sees that. And Trump doesn't want that in the States, and I don't want that in Canada. And I think that's bullshit that we allowed open drug use and no charging of people for small amounts of any kind of a drug that they might be carrying, including fentanyl and heroin and crack cocaine and all kind of crap like that. I don't want to see that crap on our streets. I want to see it off of our streets, and I want to see far less of it in our country, because when it's readily available, more people get addicted, and that's exactly what's happening. You made it readily available, you made it open use, and like I said, where's the picture of the guy that I took yesterday right in my back of my property where I live here? There was a guy like slummed out there with all his junk and everything all over the place, tweaking out like crazy. Like we don't want that. It's like that's this. It's like the scum of, and I don't want to demean the actual people, but that's what makes society bad, is when people digress to that, to where they have to be just slumming it out on the streets. We need housing for everyone, and if they have drug addiction, let's get help for them and make the world a better place.
with these threats of tariffs. No, but listen, Tonda, I'm answering your question. And we've said from the beginning that there were 2 things. First, everything was on the table. And second, we needed to keep strong Canadian unity in the face of Americans being divided. And so that will be our strategy going forward, and as it has been since the past weeks.
Tonda, may I say, this is negotiation.
Well, even if you don't want to have children, at least have fun trying to make some. Like, come on.
Negotiation 101. We've been negotiating quite a bit in this country. We know how to negotiate. When you get in a negotiation with
you don't know how to negotiate, because the first thing you do is you berate the guy that you're trying to negotiate with, and that's no way to negotiate. So you do, for him who just said some disparaging things about Trump, he's the last guy that should be saying we know how to negotiate.
Administration, we've been in that movie before in the last Trump administration. I don't think it'd be smart as a nation to start putting things off the table.
That's true, Brett. That's true.
Entering a negotiation.
Allies don't threaten other.
I'd suggest, if you read the heart of the deal,
but it's not that kind of a threat. It's just an economic tariff, economic barrier is all. That's all it is. Trump is not threatening, us with war. If anything, the war threat was probably Ford threatening to cut off electricity. And Mr. Sunshine Baby said that was akin to a war, going to war with the United States by saying that. Which I don't know. Like doing that might cause a war. Is it a war itself? I don't know. I don't think so.
Coming to the table, already brushing off a lot of things. I think, as Melanie said, we've been very consistent. And I would be,
Brett, we need
to focus on the issues that are currently on the table.
That. Don't put that in the chat.
I would say, when Dominic and I are going to go, and there'll be future meetings, this is just one of them. We need to provide certainty. What I hear from folks is that this is now the Far West on the factory floor. We can operate an economy like that. We cannot operate a country like that. The industry cannot stand that for many more weeks. So the mission we're going to have is to restore certainty, stability, and predictability. Because you know what? What is happening, and just look at the market reaction to what has been happening. It's making us less competitive, less attractive. And certainly, this is not the time, at a time where national security is at the forefront, that we weaken our competitiveness. We need to build ships. We need to build planes.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Butterflies, your point there. Trump wants manufacturing to come back. However, that doesn't happen overnight. Biden started with the Chips and Science Act. We won't have to get chips from Taiwan anymore, or China, when you do stuff like that. So, I think that all countries should endeavor to bring enough back to their own countries so that they're less reliant on other countries. And for Canada, this is a learning lesson that we have been way, way, way too reliant on the United States. And if we intend to be our own country, we need to say, you know what, maybe we need to put up tariffs on American products so that those products are more expensive for us in Canada, so we open up our own factories here in Canada. If the United States is smart enough to do that on their side, now you can post. Oh, I'm now a member of Edmonton Equity on Facebook. I just became a new member over there. This would be a good one to go and see what the hell they're up there. Edmonton Equity, that's like the leftist LGBTQ community. I've just been accepted in their community on Facebook. I just saw a little pop-up here as a side issue. But what was I talking about? I don't care. Anyways, we need to bolster our own and become more self-reliant within Canada and less reliant on the United States, okay? And it's hard to do. It's really, really hard to do. But the only way to do it is to put up tariffs against the United States. The same thing as Trump is doing. So what I find interesting is that Trump can put up a 25% tariff on Canada, right, in order to bring the Canadian jobs back to the United States. But when Canada tries to put up a tariff against the United States, Trump is like up in arms and going, no, we're not going to allow that. We'll just double our tariff so that you can't put a tariff up. So do you see what Trump is doing? He's going, what's good for me is not good for you. Okay. In other words, the states will put up a tariff, but if Canada puts up a tariff, we won't allow that. We'll double our tariff, and you're going to take your tariff down. What do you think happened with Ford? That's what he did to Ford, right? But in reality, Canada needs to put up tariffs against American products so that those products will be produced in Canada, so that there will be the incentive. Tariffs are the incentive for bringing production into your country and being less reliant on buying products from other countries.
We need to build infrastructure. That's what I was about to say. Mr. Carney has said, he's been very clear. We're going to invest in our military. We're going to build infrastructure. We're going to be the most resilient economy in the G7.
Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for questions today.
We were ready to
We were ready for more. We were ready to take more.
I need to go to Charlevoix, guys.
Too bad.
But you're not going to come tomorrow if we say everything today. That's the problem.
Can you just explain?
I like how he has the last word there. We're not going to come tomorrow if we answer all of the questions today. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, well, we'll see ya. That's the way it goes. The event is over and they're out of there. They answered a few questions. So there you go. It's a complicated issue that we're in here. Complicated, really complicated. And what we're seeing is that people are not happy in Canada, obviously. Not happy in the United States. It's just it looks like it's getting dark behind me. But, man, I need a better outdoor camera because that one has really tough job with resolving light issues. Okay, let's go back to the chat, and we'll hear what the chat has to say about that. I'm really behind on the chat here in looking at it, but let's bring the chat reader back into service here again and get you guys. Oh, hang on here. I just have to reboot the reader. Give me a half a second, and then it will come back on here again, and we'll be able to hear vocally in my ears what you have to say. Try to get this thing. Oh, I'm working on some more automation on my stream here with this bot that does the reading and stuff like that, the chat reader. And there we go. Mutt, don't mistake our kindness for weakness. Mutt. Who's Mutt? Okay. Is it turned on? Where are we? Control panel. No, it's not turned on. Okay, there we go. We're back on. Big D. Good to
The
see you.
Mutts.
Brett Boyle, Canadian.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show. What dumb FK Moricans don't understand, Mutt, is that the US needs Canada way more than Canada needs the US. The US can't operate without us. In the chat.
Oh, Brett changed
Hello,
his handle.
Tommy.
Did he? Did you add a flag to your handle?
K9 Gaming.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
Seashells.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
Stream Elements.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper
Oh,
Show.
no.
Pro-life anti-war.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
What the heck?
Butterflies are free.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
Daisy.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
How did that happen?
Super
I did
salty.
a reboot of it. Now it's welcoming
Welcome
everyone
to the Tommy
here.
Temper Show.
Holy smokes. That's a lot of welcomes out there, boys.
Canada RV.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
Door knocker.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
By the way, welcome to the Tommy
Jesus,
Temper
Tommy,
Show.
LOL. Brett loves stewing in his own shit. I think I got the electric thing right.
In other words, welcome
Brett's so
everyone.
mean. LOL.
Mutt's
Butter's
American
losing it like
crime.
everyone else,
Where did
LOL.
that come from? Which Mutt is that?
LOL.
Is that Mutt?
Dory hand pointing left Wizzy and nuts.
Is that the good old Mutt from long
Welcome to the
ago?
Tommy Temper Show.
I just wonder if that's the same
Wow,
Mutt.
Brett called in the big guns.
Yeah.
Yes, it. Yes. Tommy's AI now.
Yeah, okay, it's
That's
working
Mutt
now.
from long ago. Yes, it.
Okay, let me adjust that camera. Hang on. Color correction. Bring it. I got to bring up the background a little. Okay.
Brett thinks Canada and America is at war. He doesn't understand we are just haggling over the price of milk and aluminum.
That's
Sherry's
true.
Nova.
Good point. Yeah.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
Well,
Oh yeah.
like I think
For
Canada
that
put the
up.
tariffs up against the United
He
States
threatened to
first.
shut off electricity. Brett, if you want people to take you seriously, quit calling them dumb FKS. Just because you have
That's
a
true,
different
Deb.
outlook on
Deb.
politics doesn't mean you are superior or more intelligent. Brett is a women abuser.
Yeah.
Ford
if you call
screwed up.
people names, Brett,
And eggs.
they don't respect you
We
as
are
much,
at war,
right?
wake up.
Like in fact,
About
right
time for Tommy
wingers
to
use
start
that
the US
as
Canada
against
debate
left wingers
panel.
that they resort to name calling
Jim
as the
Nalban.
last thing.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
Christy B. Honeybee.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
That's true, Jim. Exactly.
MATER97.
Yeah, I would agree.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper
Everyone
Show.
is too afraid to say
Ford.
anything against Trump because
Trump is
he's
surrounded
like
by yes men.
the master.
No
you know,
matter what he
bow
says,
down.
not one of them will tell him it's a dumb idea.
Coast Sider.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show.
Welcome, everyone.
APS Cat.
Welcome to the Tommy Temper Show. Tommy, don't you dare tell Brett what not to do on your channel. He called you a dumb fuck.
Well, that's
Brett's
not nice.
super mean to everyone.
Yeah.
RV,
well,
the war is in your head.
I'm used to people call me names.
Not that was FFS. Brett doesn't know people have electric generators. Mud, the U.S. can't manufacture
that
a fighter
welcome
jet
thing
without
could be
Canadian
a problem.
resources.
Every time I reboot this, it's going to
Just as
welcome
one
everyone.
example,
So
millions of
thinking twice
Americans
about that.
freaking out at the threat of electricity being cut off. Already the most overused word for 2025, tariffs. May get
Over
half
here,
the
it's
embarrassments. War asterisk. Tommy, can you read the kid's book on learning about the big tariffs? We will see about that at Modern 97. Brett is a women abuser. Yes, we will RV. Yes, debate would be good idea. But shut mic of if name calling and tantrums come from anyone. Welcome. The U.S. needs Canadian resources in order to operate as it does.
There,
and
I changed it so that it'll post in the chat welcome, but it won't read it out.
When Canada becomes the 51st state, we will change the name of Lake Ontario to Lake Mega. Go ahead and check
Lake
your
America.
hubris. We have a moral
Lake
case
Mega.
for reciprocal tariffs.
That's funny.
Ultimately, we want no tariffs on either side.
Lake Mega.
We are not your piggy bank. Cut electricity to us. Do it. Do you really believe it's a one-sided need, Brett?
I heard that Canada supplies 85%. No way. No way. How much electricity does Canada supply
All
to the
our
States?
FK Jr. says is to take vitamin A and watch what you eat.
I'll ask Grok.
Spa. Yeah, good luck. I'll just file that with the rest of opinions people have of me that aren't going to change or affect anything. Brett running around with his penis in his hand yelling turn them off. Oh, he's such a funny guy. We can absolutely manufacture our own jets. We are just taking advantage of good prices. Summers of Lake Mega. It's spreading too, isn't it, Jim? 0.8%. It's in 3 states, Tommy. 10%, Tommy.
You think 10%? Okay, this is what Grok has to say. After looking at 15...
the U.S. doesn't need Canada.
15
Not
web
even
pages
close.
here.
Brett is a women abuser.
As of March 12,
8%.
2025, Canada supplies a
Send me
relatively
some eggs,
small
someone.
but locally
Didn't another
significant
person
amount
die
of
from
electricity
measles?
to the United States. So, let's see. Which one are you guys coming on here? Let's see. Based on the most recent
Trump in
comprehensive
process
data.
of having electricity rerouted.
Okay, let me turn that back a little bit so you can hear me. In 2023, the U.S. imported approximately 33 terawatt hours of electricity from Canada. According to statistics compiled from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, this figure represents a decrease from previous years, such as 52. So we're down from 52 to 33. 52 terawatts in 2019, 33 last year. Okay. To put this in context, the U.S. consumes about 4,000 to 5,000 terawatts of electricity annually. So let's see. Northwest rely heavily on Canadian imports, where it can represent 10 to 16% of regional sales in places like New York, New England, historical insights. Canada's largest source of electricity imports, making up roughly 90% of the total electricity the U.S. brings in from abroad each year, with Mexico contributing most of the rest. Okay, so Canada is the United States' largest source of electricity imports, making up 90%. 10% comes from Canada. Let's see if they come up with a actual number here. So, at the end, the article says, so Canada supplied about 33, and a number that's likely to be nearly the same in 2025. And that's it says here, that's a drop in the bucket nationally, but it's a big deal for border states. What specifics on a particular region or year? So they don't really say, but you do the math. The U.S. uses, 3,000 to 5,000 terawatts, and Canada supplies about 33. Pretty small amount.
High
All about.
CRV.
But the problem is, if you cut off power to those states that do take that 33, they're not going to be able to easily make it up from the grid, from other sources, because it's really difficult to bring lots of power, big megawatts, onto the grid just at a snap of the finger.
We can supply our own. Yet you can't build them without Canadian resources, or our oil and gas salty, which is what you're missing like the majority of dumb FK Murray cans. Unless you get those resources elsewhere like Russia. It's part of a trade. Canada should cancel our F-35 order. The tiers. Northern border states.
Those contracts come open.
Power,
you know.
They are located up there as well.
It's hard to cancel a contract,
good, Brett.
Get into a legal dispute.
Think they are at Robert Sinclair. At Tommy Temper, please tune into the guest on at the Vanguard Pod and dissect what they are saying. That was done long ago, Robert. You won't cut electricity. Why are you so mean, Brett? Electric 3 states only next to Canada. We probably was given electricity for some free booze. With companies like Lockheed Martin and Boeing, along with Northrop Grumman as a major supplier, being the primary
not only
manufacturers.
Parts, but also nickel.
Some parts
nickel is a big,
for
like we're one of the few suppliers of nickel to the world.
We should be building our own damn jets.
And you guys need nickel for those
they were
jets
the most superior thing in the sky.
War machines, the military war complex.
Didn't Trump mention something about using resources from Alaska? They don't have the resources, shells. We can buy fighter jets from the UK, France, or Sweden.
That's right, Canada can,
several American channels let know about the psychological programming. They can't believe Canadians are fighting each other big-time brainwashing. Hello, RV.
I know,
but
we're fighting
parts
within
are
ourselves.
Exclusively coming from Canada. Canada can't win in this. Bottom line is America doesn't need them for anything. Brett is a woman abuser.
That's true.
Stop.
You don't need Canada.
Neither the USA nor
but
Canada
we need
is the sole
the
source
States
of resources for any
we buy
other
so
country.
much stuff from the States. We couldn't just
Common
say,
sense.
That's it.
Murray cans like salty are exactly the problem.
Like cars,
Doesn't
for example.
the US provide Canada with electricity as well?
Sassy.
The ignorance and arrogance.
I shut off the reader for the Tommy Temper welcome
guest that is on panel in this show at the Vanguard Pod.
It was
cancel orders
taken over the
order from Airbus.
The chat.
No, Troy.
Weird.
Brett's attacking everyone instead of being the change he wants to see.
Who's that? Just Events. Hey,
Canadians
Just Events.
are done and had enough with U.S. ignorance, arrogance, and disrespect. Without Canadian lumber, America will have to get more of Russian lumber produced by North Korean slave labor.
Which guest?
Fighter jets
There is
did
no
Canada
guest on the
design
panel.
and build? RV, I just looked
Oh,
up
the
and they do.
Vanguard Pod. Hey, the Vanguard Pod. Hang on. Let me check out your channel. I like new channels. Anybody that comes in here with a new channel that I'm not you don't see me in the chat, drop a link there so I can sub up. And I saw Vanguard.
Some simple facts.
Doing
The
something
U.S.
there.
does not need Canada. Making an enemy of the U.S. won't end well for Canada. Alberta already wants to come over. Others in the West will follow. Brett is a women abuser. Wrong, Big D. We will use our own timber for lumber. Avro Aereo. Lockheed Martin is a US-based company.
Brenda Bridge.
A global
Good to see
defense
ya.
and aerospace manufacturer, headquartered in Bethesda, Maryland.
Okay, where is
Don't
the Vance?
think so, Troy. Obviously,
Vance
a
guy.
lot of people don't understand what psychological programming is. We all have
Is
it.
it just
Understand your
Vance?
damage. I just looked it up.
The Vanguard Pod. Okay, let me go to your channel there, Just Vance. No, Just Vance is, you got nothing on your channel there, Just Vance. You just,
Then who and where
you
at
look
Troy?
like a troll.
Canadians
what is
are
it?
fine bread. It's just you stay
Emasculator
off
of
white meat since it
emasculation.
affects you so bad.
But let me see what that @ sign was that you were posting there. Canadian guest on the panel on the show. The Vanguard Pod. Okay, I'm going to just check what you're talking about there, about the Vanguard Pod. Stand by.
Kiss my mate in Canada as Both countries provide electricity to each other through a vast network. None I know of. Mom of propaganda, you already buy Russian lumber produced by North Korean slave
Media
labor.
critics
Do you
of
want
the
to buy
independent
more of that
left.
lumber, yes or no?
Oh, critics of the left. The Vanguard pod.
America does supply Canada with electricity also. Brett is a women abuser. LOL, Brett's
Looks
tattoo.
good. I love it. Vanguard. Let me sub up
Simple
there
fix,
and
Brett,
turn on the
read the
link,
labels
and I'll
and
drop.
don't buy US.
I don't know if anyone dropped the pod,
We are not willing to lose the money we make from selling
but I'll
Canada
drop the Vanguard
electricity.
pod. Everyone, check out this
My
new
Canadian brother is on
new
panel right
streamer
now at the
in
Vanguard
our
pod.
realm
Allow
here
you to
that
rest
everyone
breathe.
needs to sub up to.
Food
Vanguard
for thought.
pod.
Since the U.S., which is part of North America, are called
And check 'em out.
Americans,
They're
should
like,
Canada
apparently
and
they
Mexico
talk about
be called Americans
left
as well?
things, so might be interesting.
https://www.youtube.com/@the
Could be like a
Vanguard pod.
right-wing podcaster
Tommy, that's
there.
the programming will be just fine.
I'll check it out.
Yes, that
Thanks
mom
for
of
dropping
one.
that info.
Megawatts, gigawatts, and terawatts.
Terawatts, yeah.
Stop bullets.
Megawatt, gigawatt, terawatt.
Tommy, how much electricity does Canada provide to United States?
Milliwatt.
The only bombers the Canadian
33
Air Force
out
has
of
anymore are
3 to
these
5,000.
LOL.
Those are the numbers.
We as
So you
consumers all
figure out
have the ability to
percentage.
choose what products
33.
we buy and from
we
whom.
provide 33.
Bread
The
start
U.S.
freshening
uses
up on the
5,000
Star-Spangled Banner.
across the board.
Leading nickel producers, Indonesia, Philippines, Russia, New Caledonia, Australia, then Canada. Us hogs resources. We have nickel mines that are not being used. Beth.
We have silver mines.
You just
I
answered
was
my
up in
question.
the
You stand
Yukon,
for nothing, think
and
twice
I
before
was
typing
actually
my
on
name.
a silver mine that
Hey,
it had silver. We actually chop, like a chunk of it, and I'm holding in my hand a big chunk like this of galena. They call it galena, the silver that's that they melt into silver.
Momo.
I was in a mine where you could be mining there right now. Nope, it was not even in production.
In 2023,
There's like
the
tons
U.S. and
and tons
Canada
of minerals in
electricity
the north.
imports and exports are near equivalent.
But all it takes
Ask
is
Tommy Temper
somebody to go
Rescuers
up there
show
and
right
mine
now
them.
instead of this dead air. In 2023,
If you want to
the
go make
United
a
States
if you
supplied
want to become
approximately
rich, go to
18.4
Dawson City.
terawatt-hours (TWh) of
They'll make big
electricity
money
to
up there.
Canada, according to data from the U.S. Energy ad Tommy Temper.
Fry TV
Hey,
in the
Mark.
house. Good to see you.
Hey Motter and Momo. I guess California doesn't need Canadair Cater bombers or Canadian firefighters or our water or anything then FK people are dumb. Water asterisk.
Everybody
Tommy,
needs to
show
help
us
everyone
on the
else
doll
on
where
North
Carney
America.
touched you. In the end, there is literally nothing the U.S. needs from Canada. We trade with them because they are a close neighbor and a good friend. The bottom line is they need us. Brett is a women abuser.
Hey,
The
quit
interconnected
typing that.
North American power grid provides numerous benefits for Canada and
Bullets.
the
I
United
told you,
States,
don't
including
type that
enhanced
in the
electric
chat.
reliability, security. Lockheed Martin's F-35 Lightning II is one of the world's most advanced fighter jets.
Yeah,
Where the
ABD.
stealth jet is
Make
made.
those words
The production
in
line
the
in
banned
Fort
list.
Worth, Texas.
Put them in the bad list.
We
That's the
need
best
to work
thing there.
together at Tommy Temper. Like you
ABD.
control any of that Brett dumb. Brett is just drunk.
Just let me
Ignore
check.
him.
I want to just make sure
If California managed their resources, it wouldn't be an issue.
or check who's
Tommy,
super
how's
mod.
your blood pressure?
Hang on.
Your Canadian geese spend the winter down here.
Yeah, everyone's having high
Perhaps
blood pressure
we'll
today.
hold them hostage. Friends don't threaten other friends. No fry. We tried that. The U.S. most definitely supplies Canada with
Yeah,
electricity.
ABD. Throw those
nearly
words
equal
in
to what
the
Canada
banned
provides to
word
the
list.
U.S. Very interesting.
So that Bullet can't say them anymore.
Power grid Brett.
Let's see who's in here. There's a lot of. I'm looking in the tank here to see who else I can. Oh, Queenie's
Don't
in
worry,
here.
Canada. We won't cut your
Who
power.
banned Queenie?
Done, Tommy.
Jeez, you guys.
Spa.
There's a bunch of Betty Whites in here. Carlitos. Brownies belong in a tree. I'll let that one out. Whatever that means. Oh, I know. Now I know what that means. Oh, my God. Why did I release that one? Hang on, I'm going to cancel that. Okay, brownies remain in a tree is going to stay in the gas tank.
USA is not dependent on any country to build our fighter jets.
You guys are bad
Even
out there.
the geese don't go back spa LOL.
Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Dumb FK Moricans have no appreciation, respect, gratitude. Can't work with such disrespectful, ungrateful, unappreciative a-holes. While the US does export some energy back to Canada, such as refined petroleum products and some electricity, the overall balance favors Canada as the larger supplier in the energy trade between two. OMG,
Okay,
Tommy.
Queenie's out of the gas tank.
Not all ads
Don't
have
put
stayed
Queenie
here
in
all
the gas
winter
tank.
now,
Whoever
LOL.
did that.
What's it mean, Tommy?
I didn't know that.
It's mutual business. Loose like you can't call out abusers like Brett. Keep them spa, they taste like swap water, haha. Tommy, is Brett crying to block words? He can say whatever. US Chet can leave because of the favoritism being shown to a crybaby. Wonder who banned Queenie?
I don't know.
I don't have a wrench, thank you very much.
Somebody banned her. She's
You're
in
dependent on Canada salty for resources and
there.
energy.
Matriarch.
Loose like you can't call out abusers like Brett. Tommy, how's your hemorrhoids? Like you have to work
I don't know,
with
but I'm
anyone who
gonna
requires
wet
a job,
my whistle.
Brett, not YT all day, LOL. What is Crybaby Boyle crying about now? Ban Crybaby ABD.
There. Now I'm ready for a kiss.
You know Brett is an abuser. It wasn't me, or I would have hidden all her accounts, LOL JK.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, don't block people like that. Like Queenie.
Sweets.
That's the reason that Queenie's
Not
pissed
me,
off at me, because she says every time I go in your chat, she gets bashed, timed out. In that case, banned completely.
LOL.
Which I don't like to see that.
Frosty relationship goals.
I don't care whether somebody's good, bad, or indifferent. Everyone should be
Loose
somewhat
like you
welcome
can't
here.
Call out abusers like
And
Brett.
if they do use foul language,
we all
well,
need each other.
take that one thing
that's
out.
correct.
The one.
So
chat,
Canada
the one
definitely
message.
does
Delete
not
the one
want
message.
to lose that contract.
Don't put people in
They
the
would
tank.
lose what, too much money. Hello at Shelly G. Group hug time.
Yeah. Group hug.
We'll know Brett is an abuser.
Where's the
At Tommy Temper Restream the Vanguard show already. Not new. What emoji can we use for abuse? Who defines foul?
Well, no, Just Vance. I don't know anything about the Vanguard show, but anybody, I dropped the link there.
We
People
could
can
do
go
it
over and
again
check it
until
out.
our production got into
See what's
gear.
going on there. I'd rather check out the Vanguard show when I'm not live.
Vanguard is not new.
And yeah, well, I wasn't sub to Vanguard, so I don't know
Barbarossa
anything
face
about them
green
over there.
smiling.
Not sure what they even talk about. But Birdie Num Num is out there eating.
Can you just stop already, bullets?
Eating some pizza out there.
At Sassy Hey Lady.
Those things like pizza. I don't know why. They like the cheese on the pizza or something. He's gone. He's gone like
Momo,
a bullet.
hello. Hi, birdies.
Yeah. Hot damn. Good to see you. Hot damn, Elaine.
The Vanguard channel https://www.youtube.com/live/cgv39zf1dnc?SI=NZCWZ0 Adernvo1JR. Salty still doesn't get it. The Trump-tard cultists are suffering severe cognitive dissonance, having to face the fact the empire can't function, run, or operate without Canada, LOL.
That's right.
Hey, Elaine.
Well, you're seeing that, at the moment, especially with electricity. You know, if we say, okay, we're putting tariffs on electricity, wow, Trump really jumped on that one. He didn't like that.
And it's cheap labor.
You know,
why
is it that it's okay
for
the states to put tariffs on Canada, but it's not okay for Canada to put tariffs on the states? Like, what about that?
You all are a cool lot when we're not bloodlust.
Maybe Trump
for
never
economic
thought about
war.
that.
Tommy, I see vulgar language. WTF. Hold our beer, Brett. Hi, Momo.
Yeah, try and hold back
People
on
are FLN
language.
stupid man, LOL.
Try and treat each
Leg.
other with a little more respect.
Hey, Coconut. In the end, there is literally nothing the U.S. needs from Canada.
Photoshop.
We trade with them because they are a close neighbor and a good friend. The bottom line is they need us. We don't need them. Well said, Brett. Oh, hi, Mamo.
Yeah, well,
LOL,
put it this way. If you guys say
Marco.
tariffs forever,
we will all
and you're not going to buy stuff from Canada,
and the
we'll
USA.
just simply buy our stuff from somewhere else, you know.
You seem
and
way
we'll have
too
to pay a little
upset
bit
for
more.
being the guy with all the resources, Brett.
Canada's a pretty rich country.
The U.S. provides approximately 2,000 gigawatts per month to Canada.
Like, I wonder...
Musk has factories in China.
I wonder, like, if you were to...
Brett is an abuser.
For example...
Trump is supposed to cut my electric bill in half. Now rates are going to skyrocket.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's
they
all
might.
hold
well,
hands and
the
say
problem,
we are
the thing
the
is
world.
that we never put tariffs
Hello,
on
Tommy,
electricity
just
because they got
jumping in
taken
to
off.
say hi and give
so
a
your
thumbs up.
electricity won't go up.
While
at
the
least not
U.S.
because
does
of a Canadian
export some
tariff.
energy back to Canada, such as refined petroleum products and some electricity, the overall balance favors Canada as the larger supplier. Tommy, Canada does have tariffs on the U.S. Reciprocal tariffs are what's being implemented.
That's right.
Hi,
we
Kelly.
supply way more
Hey,
oil
Marjo.
into the United States.
Sorry, not sorry.
Way more
Hey,
than
Kelly.
they supply back to us.
Hello, Kelly. Good to see
Like,
you.
oil is going to be a tough
Keep
one
it crafty,
on your
lady.
tariffs. You know, if Trump
Why
is
did
going
Canada
to
take them
tariff
off?
oil 10%, that's not going to keep gas prices low in the States. That's going to tend to want to push them up. Not initially, not right when the tariffs happen, but it takes like a matter of a
Did
number of months
ChatGPT
before
get tariffed?
you start to see it at the
Tommy.
pump.
Hello, sweet friends.
So look
Well,
out
won't
if that
matter as
happens.
much since Mega is going electric.
It's crafting and coffee with,
I refuse to
crafting
give
and
respect
coffee
to
with
idiot
Kelly.
pieces of crap that don't have or show any respect, gratitude, and appreciation.
Who else?
Period. Man, you guys don't know anything about tariffs, lol. Blah, 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 alright.
Well, this is a good place to become
Cold-faced leg.
educated on what's going on because, you know, a lot of, hey, I
Canada
learn
and
stuff
USA
every day
electric grid
because
is intertwined and
you pull up
electricity
feeds
flows
and,
both ways.
you know, all this tariff
Tariff
stuff.
blind
We didn't know
emoji,
anything
LOL.
about this until finally the shit
Only
hit
until
the fan.
we started opening our own oil fields. There are different types of oil as well.
That's right, Mom. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of oil in the ground in the States. You guys could be fracking and all kind of stuff, just like when Trump said
Americans
drill,
have become
baby
way
drill.
too used to
So that'll all
outsourcing
happen,
everything we
but it won't
can.
happen overnight.
That's
you know,
all
give it
about
another
to come
year
to an end.
before everything
Everyone
ramps up to
supplying
the
us
point
is
where you really
freaking
start
out.
producing more oil.
What will they do if we stop buying from them? Tommy, that's a foul word. Tommy, other countries will want to invest in oil refineries here shipping refined products. You get top dollar shipping heavy oil isn't green. Refining it here would be more green and jobs.
I would agree.
You
The
can't
problem
even
with
operate
that,
your
Big
own
D, is
stock
that
markets.
in this economic climate where they're pushing
As soon as
electric
Canada
vehicles
shows
in
that they can
Canada,
do something about their damn borders,
it's
I'm
really
sure
a hard
Trump will
sell
fix the
to a
tariffs.
petrochemical
Watch
company
and
to
see.
build a refinery because
America doesn't
they're,
need
you know,
Canada.
on one hand,
Get over yourself
Trudeau's
and
trying to
try
shut
figure
oil
out how
down,
Canada
you know,
can
and shut
sustain
pipelines
itself.
down, and on the other hand,
We'll know Brett is
you
an abuser.
know, the states are doing what they're doing, and it, you know, who in their right mind would invest money into an oil refinery right now when everyone is trying, the globalists are trying to shut down oil? That's the problem. That's a big problem. How are you going to get around that? Av.
Ervs
Can't
are
even
the
operate your own
future.
stock market, says Av.
President Trump said
Buy-
so.
Hey, right now is a really
Tommy
good time
Temper,
to
if
buy
I drop
stock.
A to a
Buy
Facebook short
Coca-Cola,
where you played
buy
it's about
Tesla,
Texas and oil and gas.
buy the big cap stocks. Right now, today is the day to buy stocks because look at they're
At
up on a
Super
little bit of
Salty,
a
I
dead
would
cat
prefer that
rebound
we
here
continue
today.
trade,
TSX is up
but we kinda
175
have
today.
the balls here. We can end tariffs on both sides.
Gold
this
is
way.
up 19
If
bucks
things
to
get bad,
2,900.
Then oh well.
Silver is up
I
to
say,
33.
Hello, Supreme.
Copper's up. American stock market Dow unfortunately is down 75. Buy stocks. Buy
Don't
the Dow.
kill cats, Tommy.
Buy the Dow on the dip. Buy the Dow on the dip. That's all I can say right now. Get in there if you want to make money. Take whatever money. Take a mortgage out in your house and put that into the stock market today.
The stocks.
Don't kill cats. Yeah.
Well,
whatever
if we have
happened to
problems with
Jazzy?
gas, I am sure we know a guy in his ugly trucks.
Everyone forgot about Jazzy and the whole thing. Yeah, guy in his ugly trucks. Yeah, with gas. Well, just don't
we
buy
already
as
bought
much,
the
that's
battery
all.
plants and we have lots of natural gas for cars. We got lots of oil to sell. Trump cultists are beyond hope and ridiculously stupid. Bring on the depot. Hi at Fry TV. Jazzy was sold for bail money.
Yeah.
Make Canadian beacon great again.
You know,
I have been importing
the
products
trolls
from the
all
States
said
since
Ant isn't
2007.
going to
Tommy,
make bail, or they're not going to be
you
able to
can
raise
educate
money
me
for
about
bail.
tariffs.
I didn't think that at all.
I
thought
have received emails
he's
from
got
the manufacturer,
500 people following him. He's got more than
and my
enough
customs
followers to
broker
be able to
concerning
generate
tariffs.
10 grand or whatever money
Pay
he
at
needs.
Viking Colonel Marjo.
And his followers, you know what I was
Build
thinking
some
about
more icebreakers.
with
You're
DOA.
good at it, and it might take some tariff pressure
With
off your
the
back.
Defender of Ants. This is what I was thinking, is that when you have a large channel like him, where you have 500 to 1,000 people watching, they have deep pockets, and you'll have no problem at all raising money from them. But the caveat to that is that what you have to ask yourself: why are the majority of the people watching DOA, right? And some people are going, well, I like the fact that he's fighting Scientology, and I'm against Scientology, and he's a real good fighter of Scientology. Yeah, you do have, a small number of people that are there for that, and they're the other streamers that he hasn't pissed off or thrown under the bus or called a bad actor, right? And there's not very many of them. But there's a few, number of people that are just so against Scientology that they're pro-DOA. So the thing is that the other people, of the 1,500 people that watch, they want to see him get swatted. They're waiting for him to get swatted again. They want to see him get in trouble with the police. They're there for the drama. They're not there when there's no drama, right? He has 200 people watching when there's no drama. But when there is drama, he'll have 1,500 people watching, because they want to see him get arrested. They want to see him get swatted, right? Like, honestly, ask yourself, why do you ever watch DOA? Me, I like to see him going up there with the bullhorn to the old 80s, and then see the cops come down and swat him, right? That's the thrill of the whole thing, where people are going, oh, wow, he's getting swatted again, DOA, whoa. And then the internet blows up on the fact that that's happened. And DOA is like reeling in the super chats like crazy, because he's getting swatted and incarcerated and thrown in jail and stuff like that. And now he's got, how many different fines against him, and felonies and all kind of crap like that. And his chat is just going wild. And of course they're going to support him, because a lot of the super chats that are coming in is because they want to see him keep going. They don't want to see him stop. They want to see him keep getting arrested, keep getting swatted. They want to see the drama continue, right? And when it stops, well, the donations are going to stop. If he's just going to sit there and whimper and cry and whatever, yeah, he's going to get the sympathetic super chats, for I'm in so much trouble. I need 10 grand for a lawyer. I need 10 grand for a lawyer. Did you hear me say that? We need more super chats. I'm crying. We need more super chats for the lawyers and that. Well, that's your life. Your life is now, you've made it what it is. So lie in it, And if you're going to do crap that's going to end you up in jail and end up having a whole bunch of fines and whatever, and in fact, even at the end of it there, you might end up in jail, right? You might have to spend some jail time. And it's all because of what you've done. When you grab somebody else's sign off of the street, it's the same thing as grabbing their bicycle, right? Let's say a guy had a bike chained up to a pole on the street, right? And you went up there and you scratched the hell out of it with a knife or something like that. That's called vandalism. That's somebody else's property, not your property. Now, in the case of the Scientology church, they put up a sign on a street post that said food drive, right? It's their sign, not yours. You don't come up to it and go, oh, that's an abandoned sign. It's not an abandoned sign. It's a sign they purposely put up there for their food drive. Regardless of whether it's legal or illegal, it's not your property to touch. It's the same thing as the bicycle, right? Somebody chains a bicycle up to a pole. It's their property, not yours. It's not yours to steal. Likewise, any kind of a sign that somebody put up there is not yours to steal. So, it's church property. And now you're vandalizing church property. And herein comes the hate crime. And that's why you get charged with a hate crime, because you're vandalizing church property. Does it make sense? That's what the court system is looking at. And you're going to have a pretty tough time to try and convince a judge that it's not church property, which in fact it is, and that it was abandoned, because it wasn't abandoned. In fact, the guard that's employed by the church is asking you for the sign back. Give me the sign back. Give me the sign back. Give me the sign back. And you're going, no, 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 no. And then you take it and put it in your van or something and come back out or whatever. Try and confiscate it. And, it's stuff like that. And bullhorning the little lady sitting right there, in the church area, right, where there might very well have a sermon or something going on the other side of the wall, and you're bullhorning and harassing people for no apparent reason, if you have something against the church, well, then do it against the church. But don't do it against, individual people that are just there trying to enjoy their day. It's backfiring against you, and you felt the heat. I hate to say it, and I was never really critical about anything that you did or said, because I'm like just a guy doing restreaming and watching what you're doing and enjoying it and enjoying the drama and everything else. But that's my take on the situation, which of course that's just my opinion. And like I said, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. Just my opinion. That's all. I'll be back.
At Fry TV they were talking like they had done it. I bet it happens through mutual agreement, not the hostile takeover that Brett spews.
Hit that like button. Hit the like. We need more likes. We're only at 58.
A lot of Trump voters have entered the FOAF stage. They didn't think it would apply to them in Trump's white America. DOA big mistake was going to LA in first place. I bet that too, Fry. He slid away, Lou.
Let's hear from the DOA supporters. Where are all of DOA's supporters? Where are all of the DOA supporters? Let's hear what they have to say about
Tommy, where are you going?
I'm just taking a
We're full of TDS syndrome, Robert Sinclair. Wow, they are full of shit cause it was an AI hack at ERMAV. Google is fixing the problem. At Fry TV, hey Fry man.
Hey, Partibonza.
Hey, at Partibonza.
Fry TV, Barbara.
Not me. Hey, at Partibonza.
Yeah, Barbara. I saw you talking about DOA
I watched
there.
him, but not a fan
over
of
in
DOA.
Vaughn's chat there. Vaughn's still going hard against him. Vaughn should be at ease a little bit.
Canada.
Vaughn should be like relaxed and going like, finally, a
Together
little
we
bit
are the
of
greatest nation,
justice
hands
on
down.
her side. Finally.
No other country would be able to compete with North American County. Drink prune juice if full of
Yeah,
poop.
exactly. You got it.
And is an actor
And
and
is an
attention
actor.
whore.
He's an actor.
You talking about
All
women
he is
giving him
is
the
an actor.
attention he
Everything
seeks,
else
craves,
is
and
just
desires.
an act.
Makes him worse,
Is
not
he
better.
against Scientology?
Immigration
Of
was
course
the sole
not. He
driver
was
of
never
the
in
United States
Scientology. The only one he
population
knows
growth
in
in a single year
Scientology
for the
was
first time
Wizzy.
since records
And
began.
now he knows a few
new
more
study
people.
released Wednesday said.
And he's just doing it
Not
for
it.
attention.
At Fry TV, just be careful. That crowd is involved in some very shady things.
Which crowd?
DOA is a pussy snitch. Trump is right to do this. Not only to Canada, but to any other country as well. He's looking out for Americans. We'll know Brett is an abuser. No
Hey,
TDS is Trump
quit it.
supporters believing Trump's
Quit
bullshit and
attacking
lies.
Brett, please.
Not until the gavel falls, Tommy.
Okay, if somebody attacked Brett, give
DOA
him
does
time
for
out,
the
okay?
grift. Not even the Palestinians would compete.
Be done with attacking Brett in here. We need to be more lefty inclusive, unfortunately, or fortunately, I should say. We have to be, a little inclusive, at least. Maybe not 100%, but right, Mama?
Thanks, and yes,
Try
I
and
do
be
know
inclusive.
about them at ERMAV. I do have some people that really love me on the tube streets.
That's true.
He went for the money, Imo.
Fry is
Took
very
over,
much respected
separated
around
friends.
these parts. I'll
That's
tell you.
what he does.
And
Be
a
the
lot of
bridge.
my friends,
We are America, baby.
enjoy what Fry did to
LOL, no attacking
to the
Brett.
internet, to the community,
Yes,
to
agree
getting
at Tommy Temper.
the word of freedom out there.
Tommy, do you realize Brett does a lot of attacking?
Well, I know
Pay
Brett does
attention.
attacking, yeah.
LOL, Brett's being next level hateful, but everyone else gets
But,
timed out.
well, look, put it this way.
But have good points too, backslash.
I'd love for Brett to be more, have a little more,
Daisy.
love. A little more
Hey.
love, actually, this way. Love for everyone out there. Not be so attacking, And just understand,
Add
Brett,
bullets,
that what
I
you
agree.
say
Every
makes other
country
people
should
attack
have
you.
a representative
So,
that looks after own country first. If not, who will?
Expect to be attacked if you get attacked. I guess that's what
Pride
you're
has to
trying
be
tell me.
someone that brags about working on computers programming. Tommy is LGBTQ plus love.
Yeah, exactly.
Brett's attacked every comment.
Yeah. LGBTQ. This is for you.
Trump voters are joining Democrats' protests against Trump's policies. Thank you, Tommy. Our
Okay,
meeting G
let me
was
tell
fun
you
and
what my
thanks for the
take on
snack.
the LGBTQ
He
community
needs
was.
tissues.
I have no problem with
riots in
lesbians.
Argentina live.
Lesbians, hey, you can be lesbians all day long, and I really don't care.
It's fine.
Okay, it's the other
They can
stuff
attack
that
me all they want.
it's
normal and
have a
always
bit of
been the way.
objection to, because
Again,
I don't want some
don't lose
guy
sleep over the thoughts of sheep,
doing
so it
something
doesn't
to me.
matter.
I don't.
Hi there at Quack13.
Guys, stay away
Don't
from me.
attack him, guys. Heath.
Well, but on the other hand, if you're a lesbian, you're okay. So, there
I'm
you
a
go.
sheepdog. No careless whisperer. Canada
Okay, my
RV,
book.
hello. At D, don't get too caught up in Brett tantrums. He's working on controlling his anger. Riots Armenian Tommy. Who can we attack, Tommy?
Right,
The
there American
lesbians?
riots happening?
Wow, Tommy. At Christy B, yes, and the same hack happened to my channel on January 14th, 2024, so I am a target at this point. Argentina.
That's not good.
Yeah, Tommy, don't do that. Brett won't get attention then, but if he's saying it's fine, then he should not get upset. I'm a Missourian. No attacking, LOL. SMH, Tommy. Lesbians are okay, but
Sassy.
gay men are not. SMH for shame.
Wow.
No attacking.
I don't want some gay man coming on to me. I don't.
You
but
have a
if-
problem, Tommy. You always making fun of them and saying the quiet part out loud. Jay
Like
attacked me,
I don't have a
sandwich
problem with gay people, but
Here's
just
a thought.
like
Do
coming
not
on
attack
to me.
anyone.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm
They
getting
ought
at.
to the riots, LOL. Miley, I made poverty great again in Argentina. Here come the consequences.
Yeah, no attacking
Diplomacy
gay men.
is falling
okay.
by the wayside.
No.
I don't give a FK
Well,
anymore,
but I'm still
and the
like
FK
as far as
and
the gay
morons
men.
need to learn.
Gay men can
Being
do whatever
nice
they
hasn't
want to
worked,
do.
so.
In their own
No attacking gay
bedrooms.
men.
It's up to them.
Tommy,
okay?
I'm gay.
But don't come
When
on
a hornet
to me.
flies
That's
and
all I'm
attacks a
saying.
group,
Right.
it probably will be swatted at. Got my taxes done. Don't flatter yourself.
Yeah, exactly, Roy.
They won't, you fucking
Exactly.
bigot. I don't think you have to worry about anyone gay or straight coming onto you.
Uh-oh, it's Lolo.
Hello at Lolo's Lounge.
Lolo's
I
going
am
to come
working
in
with
here
Google
now
to
that I've
fix
said
the
that.
back door that is open to the hacks at
Watch out
Christy
for
B.
an attack. Lolo.
Lolo is a groomer.
Be nice.
Lolo hugs.
Be nice. Be nice. Be nice.
Thanks, Tommy, for yesterday.
Be nice.
53% of Argentines now live in poverty, up from around 42% in 2023 and the highest level in 30
Lesbian
years.
lives matter, yeah.
Thank you, Miley Eye.
You got a point there.
Fry. Well, it just makes you wonder when people ask you what program you use and such.
Wow.
Sister Lolo in the house.
Look at.
Lolo is a groomer. Gay.
Look at. I used to go out with this girl, and her sister was a lesbian. Okay, and she dressed up with cowboy boots and blue jeans and a guy's shirt, whatever. She was like a girl dressing like a guy, and she was like a guy, and we would be like, yeah, let's go for beer, and she'd go, yeah. And the guys are going for beer. She'd come with us to go get beer, and but she was actually better looking than my girlfriend, her sister. You know what I mean? So whatever, but she was a lesbian, so hands off on that, I guess. But that's my experience with the with the whole lesbian thing. But I never got too involved, intimately with anyone that was other than, straight, as far as I know. As far as I know. You never know, though, what other people do on the side, and that they don't tell you about. But on the other hand, I don't have much experience with the gay community, so that's why I'm not the right guy to even bring that up or talk about or to try and say something about it, because I'm just inexperienced and clueless, and I'm just learning what a pronoun is at this moment. And they came out with pronouns. I didn't really understand them, and now they've canceled pronouns. So, I'm sort of left out of the picture there. That's me, unfortunately.
Willing and dealing.
So
watch.
My excuse is
both sides will walk out shaking hands. Just how buying and selling works.
I know nothing.
Days for Trump.
I know nothing. Mossad, I know nothing. So don't ask me. I know nothing.
Let's fight about the economy some more.
Yeah, exactly.
The economy here has arms that can reach around Queenie.
What some guy
These bullets
is doing
follow
in
Tommy's
the closet,
rules.
Okay? Keep it in the closet.
I just call everyone fuckers. Gender neutral. You never know, LOL.
They're out of my waist,
LOL
out of my
eyesight
anyway.
It's not fun at Christy B.
What I don't see, I don't know. You know how that goes. See no evil, speak no evil. What's the other one? What were those three monkeys? See no evil, speak no evil, say no evil.
At Super Salty, it's funny you think destroying markets is how deals are made. Shows how little understanding you have of the world. Interesting.
Just Vance leveled up.
And if you're really against tariffs, tear
Miss
down
Kelly,
the border.
yeah.
Miss Kelly.
Hear, see, speak.
Hear, see, speak.
Hear no evil, see no evil,
hear,
speak no
say.
evil. Ah, that's what it was. Yeah, the three monkeys. Swagger is in here. Bob, how you doing? We got Sheriff Nova in there, keeping the chat alive. Here,
Well, just have to go
see,
with
here's
it.
A. Yeah, you got
I
it
know
right.
you are smart, so you will get it done.
And I just heard that version 2 of the Doghouse is
We
now
are starting
out.
second winter in PG.
And
Hello,
let's bring
K9
this
and
up
water.
here. We have the Doghouse that we produced. Let me show you what that is if you're new
I
in
need
the
to
chat.
run to do errands.
I worked on this project.
Right, it's Tommy
called the Doghouse,
https://
which is a human shelter.
www.youtube.com/live/eno5zretmrs question mark SI equals sign I1 as AWGS GIA GBH shock. I am also working with the FBI cause it's the second time in 1 year at Christy B. Happy 420.
Whoa.
Hey Kelly. At Crafting and Coffee with Kelly. Hey Kelly. Hey Sassy. At Beth. Hey Sweets. At Fry TV. I hope they can help. At Just Vance. Well, share your worldview of how markets actually work. I am always willing to entertain a better idea. I know people at Christy B.
Here's
Make a
the
third version
picture.
with a loft.
You guys wonder why I'm
Support your
worried
local
about
businesses.
homeless people and stuff like that.
It
Well,
starts
this is
with our
right
own
in my
communities.
back alley.
Like
This is a
bunk
picture I
beds.
shot yesterday in my back
Me too,
alley.
at
So
Partibonza.
there's like homeless type people
Christy
that
B
are out
is the
collecting
FBI.
bottles, and
Hello,
obviously
Beth
he's
and
got
Sassy.
bags and stuff with him. So it's almost
Thanks
like
again for
all of his
yesterday, Tommy.
possessions are probably right there.
Hashtag roulette 15.
And he's sitting there on the cement reading
At
a book.
Fry TV, this
relaxing
is definitely
a little
them. They caused lots of trouble with Montagraph some months back. Have you considered making those shelters for dogs instead of people?
Okay,
is a fact.
on the
Hey, Tommy,
this is
how you like Trump now. Hackers watch your back, Jack.
okay. Let me tell you who this is. Okay. If I live in Edmonton, okay, and there's a lot of gay people
Well,
here
at
in
least
Edmonton,
he's relaxing
and
with
they
a
all
book.
come from
Not
the
has his
outskirts
head
into
buried
the
in
big
his
city,
iPhone.
right? So the big city is where all the gay people are, right?
At
And
Mossad the Mole.
guess which one is the guy?
No market that strong
Right or
will
left? Which
disappear
one is the
because
guy?
Trump is trying to level the playing field. Best deal will
We're
always
going to play
survive.
the guessing game here. No, we won't.
Tommy cross dresses, it's
I'm
okay.
gonna get in trouble for that. Hang on.
Argentina looking great.
I'm going to get in trouble
I
for
wonder
that.
why Elon wants to emulate this model. Curious.
Okay, which one is the
Both.
guy? Right or left?
The right side because of the forward. Simpletons.
Because of the what? I'll have to read that one.
The one to the right looks like win LOL.
Oh, I can't read the chat when I do that.
That's
so
a
I have to
strong
leave the picture
argument
up
from
here.
Super Salty. Anyone can refute that? Sheep.
Which one is
He's
the guy?
got something in his beard. Add Debs, that's fact. Forehead. IDK. Left. Followers. Tommy got a nice beard. Yes,
Okay.
you Trump-tard cultists are
I
daisy.
mean, from birth.
Disgusting.
From birth. Which
The
one?
beard.
Which person was from birth?
Left is guy.
A guy. And the one. And by the way, the one on the right is a
Don't
member
care
of
which
the
is which.
legislative government in Canada, in Edmonton,
Tommy
here, in
says
Alberta.
stop being a Trump-tard.
She's a provincial. Provincial. Okay, I
With that
gave
cotton
it up
candy on his
already.
face.
The one on the
go cry
right.
like.
She is a MLA in our provincial government on the right, and
LOL from birth.
He,
the one wearing the hat.
Man, I'm getting
How
freaking
Tommy gave it
confused
up.
on this already. But the one on the right is a woman who has transitioned,
Red
or I don't know if
Sox
she's
everyone shit.
transitioned. I shouldn't say that.
LOL.
Who looks like a guy, is trying to be a guy, I should say. Okay, I got a phone call.
You can tell by their forwards. Lots of people can't figure that one out. I think shaking up a market often makes Saud market more efficient after shake up. Trump is amazing. I'm good giving y'all the finger saying go FK yourselves. Said. Stop bullying online Tommy. RMCP welfare check on Tommy. LOL add Brett Boyle. Add Daisy indeed. Brother love you and row. Crotch grabs matter.
Yeah, how can you tell? How can you tell which one? Okay, the one on the right was born a
Well,
woman.
that's about
okay.
as
The one on the
intelligent as
left,
the rest
I have
of your
no idea.
arguments,
I don't
Brad.
have a clue about the
Daisy,
guy
don't
or
call
whoever
Brett
that
names
is
that
on
gets
the
you a timeout.
guy or girl, whoever it is
US
on the left.
citizens
But
supporting
the one on the
Nazi
right was
oligarch
born
puppet
a
Trump
woman
are exactly the
and
same as the citizens due
identifies
to
as
supporting the
a
Nazis and Hitler who wanted Germany
as
great,
probably he, him,
blame immigrants,
I would guess.
etc.
And is our
Brother
MLA.
Love says I love you.
So,
you.
yeah, it's a thing. It's real.
Did
Not
someone
making
say
it up.
crotch?
But I have to deal with that like on a daily basis. And I actually posted that picture on social media. And yeah, and I said, but they do make a beautiful NDP couple.
Bullets,
that was
you
my
haven't been
comment
timed
on
out,
it.
moron.
Which we can
LOL
read
at
what some of the
barricade.
comments are here. Let's read what the comments are here and see how bad that gets. Okay,
Just
hang
whiz.
on. Looks like a couple of clowns. Is this circus in town? I can hear the grooming. I do not know who wears the pants in that relationship, but I know who opens the pickle jar.
Just remember JD Vance follows Trump.
And
I
there
don't even
she
see
is
Brett in
with
chat.
the leader
Must
of
have blocked me
Antifa.
again.
There's a picture
Beautiful
of her
couple.
right there, and with the leader of Antifa here in Edmonton, the Antifa dude, and then more clown pictures and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what you get here in Canada for that's who
Bullets,
runs
you were not timed
Canada
out.
right there. Unfortunately.
Stop the abuse. I can open pickle jars with my thighs. Mods don't have to time out people saying anything to me. I'm not a snowflake like Queenie. I know I'm going at the Trump-tard Murray cans and expect their hate. I really don't give a FKLOLOL.
There's more
I'll
people
go
in the
live
hood.
after a bit, but
There's
I
a
won't cry like
typical
Brett
picture in
does
the
simply
hood
waste a
around here.
bear. Bully propaganda, spreading worthless. LOL at barricade talented. Funny every time I typed it said I hook his timeout. ABD, I just timed out bullets for his comment. The name calling needs to stop by everyone. Hug it out, guys.
Look at these two people. This
Yes,
is the kind of stuff
bullets
that I
was
deal
timed
with.
out for 10 seconds.
It comes into
See,
my
you liar, ABD.
my open box here, and then I have to deal with it. Okay. Now this is a post by the Unicorn Girls. This is these two people. I'll call them people, but they're called the Unicorn Girls. Okay. And or actually, this post is in that group called the Unicorn Girls on Facebook. And what it is, the verbiage on this, which I'll show you right here, the verbiage right here. Okay, and what it says is, me and my girlfriend are trans lesbians. She is 23 and I am 42. We are both polyamorous and always looking for U-Haul lesbians. If you have to ask, then we are not for you. We own our own home in Leavenworth, Kansas, and have plenty of room for more women. We have 2 dogs, 1 pit bull, 1 German shepherd. We are both gamers and online SWRs, whatever that is. And we are not interested in married women with men. Absolutely no men. So they want to get involved with more people, and they are trans lesbians, and they're not interested in men. Absolutely no men. Okay, right there. And if you don't believe me, that's the whole thing. Like, really, this has gotten to the point where this is like totally out of hand, totally ridiculous, and I just fail to understand exactly what these girls are up to. But these 2 girls, I don't know, are posting stuff like that on the internet and expect to get more no men but girls. But what do they? But on the other hand, what do they consider is a woman? On the other hand, if they say they're not interested in men, but they're interested in women. But what if it's a trans man? Let's say it's a man that's transed into a woman. Does that qualify as a man? Like, really? There's an awful lot of stuff that you have to go through in your mind and go, holy shit, what the hell is really going on here? Wow.
Why the crotch zoom?
Yeah. Well, they're women. These are 2 lesbians, right? These are 2 lesbians here. You know, I remember earlier in my broadcast, remember I said I like lesbians? Now I take that back.
Interesting.
I don't like lesbians as much as I did before.
LOL.
Okay? Like, really? This world is crazy.
After stalking BW's granddaughter,
can't make this shit up.
Saying the
that had to be the weirdest thing that I
posting
saw.
Her pics everywhere and
for the
doxing
whole year.
PPL. You can def FK off.
Yeah, I know.
I give Tommy live riot links and he shows this. It's by design. Western nations have been being primed like Germany was.
Hey, could
the
be
exact
worse.
same tactics are being used all over again.
Okay.
People should look into what books the Nazis burned.
Look at, I made
Those
this.
are 2 men who need serious mental help.
Exactly. I
Probably
think so.
the bulge.
You got a point.
Right?
Little too much bulge on the photo there. I don't know
Stop
why they
reflecting
show a
ADD.
photo with a little
Dude on the
wiener
right
bulge
is just
there.
playing
That's,
dress up in his little
a little bit
sister's
weird.
clothes.
Okay.
ABD, are you abused?
So I made the product, the shelter, right? I made the shelter. And
She
the
looks
shelter
like
is this
she
thing right
stuffs.
here.
Being a lesbian used to be cool. Oh, bullets, stop crying, everyone.
Sure, Eric,
Getting
tires
sick
up.
of it. Bullets, stop. Maybe it was camel toe Tommy?
I don't know
Brett,
what the
do
hell
you
it
abuse
is there.
woman?
Something or other.
You're no victim, add bullets and barbecue. North America, mark my words. This will happen someday.
Okay, so let's get into this story again here. I know this is an ongoing story. You guys have heard about it, whatever. You might know about it, but I developed this thing called the Edmonton Mobile Human Shelter Model 1.0, aka also known as the doghouse. The chat on Facebook said, "Oh, that's a doghouse," you know. So okay, so the name kind of stuck. So this is the doghouse. We made this is version 1. version 1.0, and let me just show you a little bit of the inside. Check it out. It's quite nice. Oh, where's the audio on this thing? It's funny that the audio is not coming through. Okay, but anyways, I'm showing, there's the inside of it there. Very spacious. It's painted with fireproof paint. Fireproof paint. It's got a latch on the inside, so you can lock it on the inside. Has a really nice latch on the outside, so you can put your little padlock on there. I didn't think about this, though, and somebody mentioned that, and they said, well, what if you're sleeping inside and some guy shoves a stick or something into that lock? Then you won't be able to get out. You'll be locked in. Well, luckily that latch is so cheesy that you could probably kick that door and open it up. It's got nice wheels on the back end there. It's got a window. It's got air holes in it there for a little ventilation. Some people are saying, yeah, that's a nice looking hot box that you built there, or whatever. Or that, someone's going to die in there. They're going to light it up for firewood or whatever. Well, that's still sitting in the backyard there. We haven't really put it into actual use yet, but we're going to find out what's happening with it. Okay, we're going to track it and, not track it, but keep track of where it's at. Okay, and keep track of who's using it so that we can find out that it's gone to good use and what exactly is happening with it. But anyways, that's version number 1 of the whole thing. And when I did that, then I posted that on the internet. And then one of the other Facebook groups, one of them called the Northside Gong Show, they got wind of it and they took my picture of it and they went and created this meme, which this meme, let me see if I can click a little bigger on this here and then bring it in. This is from the Northside Gong Show Facebook group. And they wrote up a little thing there that says, Edmonton welcomes the bum box. So they've termed it the bum box. And then they made this picture and they labeled it the bum box. And they got a couple of little bicycles that drug dealers would be using that they put in there. And I guess now it's called the bum box, but that's not for me. That's from the Edmonton Northside Gong Show, right? They're considering my little product there to be the bum box, which I don't think that's the doghouse was a bad enough name, but bum box I don't really think that's gonna stick. Like when it goes into final production, I don't know that name is a really great name. I'm just saying. What do you think, chat? What do you think? I don't know. I think it's just
nice
a little bit
them.
Out of hand.
Wood about to be a hot commodity.
It's crazy.
Someone's taking them. Salt sheep dogs better.
Oh,
who cares?
Anyways, I'm working on that project. And
Dog
version 2 is out. I heard that it just got completed, so it'll be towed into the yard there, and I'll be able to go out there today and maybe today and take some video of it.
Call it the hot box, LOL.
I'll show you what the next
Call
version
it a litter
is like.
box.
Yeah.
Still not safe.
It's better than, hey, but think of a tent. They're living in a tent. So
You be
compare
the
that
bridge.
to a tent. A tent is not fireproof. A tent is not warm. A tent,
Interesting idea.
is
May
on the
not
ground.
pass as regulation, yet might
And-
still be wanted for a homeless individual.
Well, and you
Interesting.
can pull this behind a bicycle.
TT, I don't think you've thought about the legal consequences of your idea. Your intentions are good, but good intentions can get you in trouble. Yes, Tommy, litter box for furries.
Well,
I
you
think
do
it's a bit
something for the
degrading
homeless.
calling it bum box if
You
it's
do
going to
something.
be used for homeless.
No, but it's painted with
Atmos said
fireproof
good
paint.
point.
OG Abbott.
Sheepdog.
Painted with
Would
fireproof
it
paint.
fireproof? Needs a
Is it
trap
yeah,
door for pooping.
But is the tent
I
fireproof?
agree. Debs.
Think about that.
Stuff
if you're living in
clean
a
and
tent
ship it
out
to
in
Russia.
the bush, is
The
the
bum
tent
GLO.
fireproof? No, of course not.
Fire extinguisher, make it code Tommy.
Yeah, right.
Excellent
I think if there was
idea,
a fire inside
Michael.
there, I don't know. I don't know that you would be able to use a fire extinguisher.
You should take the licks totally off. Somebody dies in there cause they are trapped. It's big trouble. LOL.
Well, you could be trapped in a tent too. Let's say you're in a tent
Blocks.
and the tent starts on fire.
I would contact the city officials and see
Same
if
thing.
my idea would be welcomed. Definitely better than a tent.
By the way,
At
I
most
came up
you
with this
amaze me
after
often.
being stonewalled by the government.
Sheepdog.
I contacted the
GLO.
government by their 311 number.
You can cut a tent open.
I
Make
went
a
right
bigger
up
one
to
for
City
Queenie
Hall
at
and I
Tommy
asked
Temper.
to get a phone call back. You know, like
Tommy
three
just
times I
burned it like
contacted
Queenie
the
burned your
mayor's
hat.
office. 3 times
Tom,
I told
see
them
if your
to phone me
boys will
back or
sleep
have
in
one
it.
of the representatives phone me back, call me back, do whatever. Never heard anything back from them. Phone my alderman, try to get in contact with them, have meetings or whatever, set up something.
No one is
They
issuing a
don't bother
patent
to
on that
phone you
thing.
back. Well, this is what happens. It's a stonewall. You phone the government, you leave a message, and they don't return the call.
An easy way to
It's
kidnap
stonewall.
someone while they sleeping.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I've given
LOL,
up on
right?
trying to contact the city.
At GLMFAO.
So when you're saying contact the city
You
to tell them
yes,
what you're
Tommy,
doing, to see
but
what they
this is
think
your
about
invention.
it, to see if it's legal or
Protect
anything
yourself.
else, you can't do that because they'll allow open drug use on the streets, and the open druggies are lighting
The bum
buildings and
GLO
everything
is in
else on
perfect
fire
name.
all over the place here, and they don't have any. They don't care about that. What about the consequences of the things that the city hall
I
is doing
can't
here?
imagine
They're
why
allowing
the
all kind of
Canadian
shit
government wouldn't take
to
Tommy
the
seriously.
point where I have to build something
LOL.
like this
It's
to
so
help
stupid.
the people that are dying
RV.
out on the streets.
Tommy,
right?
is that really just a prison cell for illegals?
Well, it's a place that's a little bit warmer than lying on the concrete.
Agree at GLOL.
That's what it is. Because
You
the
can
people
cut
are
open a
dying
tent,
lying
though.
out on the streets.
There has been a lot of tent fires this winter which
And
go
with
up
their
in flames very
fingers.
quickly.
You don't know how many people I see
At
with
least something
bandages
like
on their
a wooden
fingers
tent would
because
give
of
the homeless a
frostbite.
chance to get
Their
out in
fingers
time.
fall off.
It's not a stupid idea at all.
Craziness. All it is a little home for somebody to be able to go in and have a few of their possessions in there and stay warm out of the climate. I know that it's not insulated. That would be another thing, to insulate it, right? Which it can very
Think
easily
the health
be
DE3PT will be all over
insulated.
you.
And remember,
Homeless
they can
people are
throw
not
something
known to
over
be
top of
plain.
the outside of it too to insulate
Tommy
it. You know?
gonna end up towing it to the lake. Mobile hotbox
well,
LOL.
We'll take it over to City Hall. I'll put it right in front of City Hall, and I'll do a video, and I'll have my bullhorn there yelling at City Hall, and I'll gift
I
it to
would
somebody
think to
there
lean
right in
towards
front of
giving
City
the
Hall.
homeless person the
And where it
shelter,
goes,
even
nobody
if
knows.
the government doesn't like it. But is it legal? The 51st
What do you
option.
mean? Is it legal? Tell me why? How can it not be legal?
We had enough
because
of
there's no
economics.
regulations on building
guys
something
need to
like
say
this
enough.
because it hasn't been done before. All the city can do is they can come up to me and give me a cease and desist order to not make more of them, right? They can do that. The city can absolutely do that. They can legally do that because they did that to a guy in Toronto that built a little bit nicer ones in Toronto. I don't know if you guys see that story, right? But he got
You
lambasted
have a solution
by,
and they don't, Tommy.
by Toronto.
Tiny homes for the homeless in Toronto. HTTPS
That's right. That's the story. Read up on that one.
www.youtube.com
And that guy got-
question mark V equals sign ISXXRPIGEV4.
Yeah, the ones that he
Jeez,
made
will
are
even a homeless
are
person accept it
a
at Tommy
rectangle
Temple?
box. And
Tommy, you need to get
he
inside
got
of it
taken
and
the
do a
task
video
and
/
told
live to promote it.
cease and
It's
desist.
the only way.
So
LOL.
that may very well happen to me, and if it does, so be it. You know, I'll take the heat, but I would rather try and help
Go
somebody.
stay a cold night all night.
Because I see where
RV, that's
people
an
are
upgrade
dying
for
in
you.
the streets. And if the city wants
the
to
bum
keep people
GLO.
dying in the streets and not have somebody help them, well, then it's on their back, not mine. Right? And yeah, some people, you know, and I'm like kiddingly make fun of it too. And, you know, people go
Call
to the
camping
doghouse
with
and I go,
Steve
yeah,
to
okay,
stay in it,
well, if
Tommy.
we're going to call it the doghouse, we're going to call it the doghouse. And it's kind of a fun name or whatever. But the concept itself is not fun. The concept is to help people, you know, that's what it is. And if it does go
It's
over
fired
well,
at
then I may very well
97,
set up a
haha.
GoFundMe or something like that
Economics
to help.
was worst idea ever.
To fund
Hopefully we can save this
more of
country
them,
soon.
you know, so that we can help people, save people's lives is what it's all about. And unfortunately,
Is it pressure
society
treated, Tommy?
Society has
They can
gotten
keep
to the
warm
point
burning
where
it, LOL.
I have to do that. No, it's not pressure treated. No, it's just plywood. But at least it's not chipboard. It's not chipboard, but it is real plywood.
It's a great concept,
I don't even
Tommy.
know what the price on that was.
You should
quick phone
get
call.
Brett's opinion on it, as he the closest person to being homeless here. At least Tommy is trying to investigate a way to help homeless people. Good for him. Salty, yes. So it's not termite proof. Save the economy. By destroying it and making US citizens' lives even more miserable and expensive. Hashtag Trumptard logic. Do you think those canvas tents are better for homeless when it's -15°C outside? It's certainly better than the average tent. Tommy, check out homeless shelter I worked on. They were small too. Pamela. Yes, Tommy, gifted for the fire pit. G. At Sherry's. Tommy's ordering food? Shelters are an issue because of the rules in place at most of them. A good portion of houseless do not want to stay there. At least Tommy is trying and offering a solution. More than I can say for those insulting him. Agree, Debs? His solution isn't a viable one. I just don't want to see someone get in trouble for their efforts. See what you'll be living in if you don't get your bum ass to work, Brett. LOL. Gee, do you babies are viable at a few months? I'm reminded of the young lad who built his shack when the convoy happened in Canada there. They did not like that at all. What, Andrew? I'm going to tell every homeless person I see about those dog houses and where to get them. That will solve the homeless problem here. Hi, Tommy. I think it will violate some city bylaw or building code. Hope Tommy has researched it. Hello, Pam. I hope you are doing well. The issue we had was finding people to qualify. The government had lots of requirements that made almost all homeless disqualified. Drug test and workshops being biggest issue. Seems to really bother the Anani trolls that they can't figure out where I get money from, so they can try and attack it. LOL. Get a FKN life, losers. It just looks like an accident waiting to happen. You don't work, Brett? Hey, Kelly. I'm good and hope you are too. Mafia. At Super Salty, I agree, Salty. Regulations are in place for a reason, but they need to have separate shelters for different circumstances. Brett, we don't care. Maybe if you had property to set them on with security of some sorts. Brett, no one worried about where your $4 per month came from. Still going to need to be safer. I am Pam, thank you. Trans shelters? Clearly that's a lie. LOL. LOL at $4. LOL. I thought Brett did random jobs to make a few bucks here and there. Still not a job. What do you do, Brett? 6 more pieces of plywood you can make a tiny home. Where you get money, LOL. We know, Brett. We've all seen the PayPal receipts. Brett, nobody was discussing your money. And another life from D. Make it out of wood, they can burn it and not be toxic, LOL. Although that's D's MO. Tommy missing mega riots, Argentina. Tommy, you should be showing the protest in Argentina. They just turned violent. Fox Live is showing it now. The taxpayers care, Brett. That's where your monthly check comes from. Addquote, yes, can help people by not starting at the bottom. Different types of shelters needs to happen. Brett's upset because he isn't the subject of the conversation. Give him what he wants. That and his AISH gets him swimming in cold ones on the daily. Miserable Hobbit isn't a job title, BTW. There are mega riots in Argentina? Hi Christopher. Show me a screenshot, Brett. I have never discussed your income. I thought you weren't allowed to call Brett names? You're. Hello K9. Hey at Charlie Cheswick Ahmad haha. Hey RV Balbag. Do you work, Brett? Brett, how much does that AISH pay you, homie? Yes, mega make Argentina great again. At super salty shelters for couples. Shelters that aren't faith-based. Wet shelter. Allow people who are intoxicated / under the influence of substances to stay. Options for unhoused people who have pets. No way. Yo, Charlie. He's a handyman that works from home. I don't think Brett works. Isn't he a YouTube grifter? Yo, Gabbit, what up, girl? So many abandoned buildings could easily be bought and funded for shelter. Here, Brett. We are all trying to give you the needed attention you desire. Please take off your army helmet and talk to us. I like his new name, Charming Charlie. See. Losers big mad they can't figure out how and where I get money from. It appears to drive the no-life losers crazy, because attacking people's money source and income is popular and cool, right? Pam the crib must need a lot of work. We seen it took him 6 months to build a wall on the deck. Hug us, Brett, come on. We love you. Hi birdies. LOL at Maddie. Where's the screenshot, Brett? Group hugs or it'll abuse me. Seems weird doxing accounts are being allowed. Hahaha, attack the non-existent source of income.
Hey, no doxing. No doxing.
So seriously, Brett, do you work? Get a job, loser. Brett, it took you 6 months to build a hollow wall that takes anyone else 5 hours. But you asked for it, Brett. I didn't see anybody talking about your income or where you get it, until you brought it up here. Should I yank it too? Barak. Sorry if it's dry. Weird bro. BC, we literally do not concern ourselves with where you get money, and honestly chat, who cares? Get a life and stop worrying about where I get my money from, LOL. Only if you mean it, Mozad. Dog, I agree 100%. Look at the shelter I helped build. It's sitting mostly empty because it's focused too much on people with no drug issues. In San Diego, that's most of the homeless. Brett Boyle equals. Brett, isn't this what you wanted? Losers have poor eyesight apparently too, lol. Brett, I told you nobody cares where you get your money from, Brett. Pam knows. Do you work, Brett, or only grift on YouTube? Now I want for dinner. Kids home, Tommy, lol. Brett been thirsty in here since TT went live. That's super salty, exactly.
No, you guys are so smart.
It's a vicious cycle. I guess a little attention is better than no attention at all. Well, I am out of the chat,
better
has
than
gotten
nothing.
stupid again.
Hey everyone, that's it for my stream. My kids are home. Yeah, you got the juxtaposition
What a
there.
waste of skin.
So I'm going to shut the stream down.
Just
Thanks a
sitting
lot,
around
everyone, for
poor
tuning
and
in.
angry all day, every
This is the
day.
Tommy Temper Show. I am Tommy
Always
Temper, and I'm a real person. Please
forgive
don't
them
dox
for
me
they
in
do
other
not know
people's
what
channels.
they
Be
do.
nice to everyone out there. Be
Since
nice
it's
to
still
each other.
afternoon,
Thanks a
does
lot for
anyone here
enjoying
actually
yourselves in
work,
the
or
chat
are you
here.
all on a break?
And honestly, I hope that DOA fights those charges and doesn't go to jail, and maybe becomes a better person and has learned something from being in jail, going to jail, and maybe does things in the future that don't land him in jail. And maybe he needs to be nicer to guys like me who actually don't mind, people watching other people do stuff. I don't want to see you crash and burn, but that don't do stuff with your channels. This is a good example, a good thing to remember. Don't do stuff with your channel that's going to land you in jail in order to get a few clicks and views, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not worth it. Look at the convoy. When you do something wrong and the government, sees that you're apparently doing something wrong, they do have the power to lock you up and throw as many charges at you as possible to make sure that you're locked up for as long as possible and are wearing an ankle bracelet or whatever for as long as possible. So try and be a good person, right? Like me. I've never been in jail. I've never had to clean shit off of my sandals with a toothbrush in jail. Honestly. Be good. Be nice. Be careful. Stay out of trouble. We'll see you later. That's it for me for the show today. Take care, everyone. We'll see you later. Thanks a lot for the super chats, by the way. I think it was Colette, Kat, and Louie. Not sure who else gave me a super chat, but I think that was about it. Let me just double check before I do leave. Just to make sure. That's right. I had a $10 super chat from Colette and a $2 super chat from Lou Malando. Big ups to both of you. Bye-bye, everyone. We're out of here.
Brett, do stream, and you can ban and time us all out. Admittedly, you've been much more fair lately. What kind of music is this?
I made it. Artificial intelligence music. AI.
Yes, Atmos sad the mole. Oh,
But it's
Brett
my
will go live now in 3,
outro
2,
music.
1.
Yeah, anyone going live? Go live now.
Charlie.
Put your link in the chat,
Bye,
and
Fry.
everyone will head over
Like
to your
a
channel.
Mortal
So
Kombat waiting
give a
room,
shout out
LOL.
to anyone that you want to
Later,
there now.
at
Now's
Super
the time.
Salty.
It's at the end of the
Okay,
song.
sweet
I'm
Tommy.
ending the stream. Thanks
Face
a lot,
fuchsia
everyone.
poop shape, face fuchsia poop shape, face fuchsia poop shape, face fuchsia poop shape. LOL. Go live, salty salt. Face turquoise drinking coffee, face turquoise drinking coffee, face turquoise drinking coffee, face turquoise drinking coffee. Brett Talcott only goes on his daddy's panel now. face fuchsia poop shape, face fuchsia poop shape, face fuchsia poop shape, face fuchsia poop shape, face fuchsia